What's up, Alexandra? Good to see you in chat. How is everyone doing? I was a minute late. Oh, I got the stream on my phone. Whoops. Whoops, a little bit of an echo there. Make sure to like the stream, please. Boost it in the algo. Make sure to comment. Make sure to do all that good stuff. Make sure to follow me. Make sure to sub to me on YouTube. JCam on YT. Follow me on X. Same exact thing. JCam on YT. Helps me out a ton. But we got a good show. We got a good show for you tonight. I'm excited. My hair is getting friggin' long, dude. Lots of good stuff to get into. Lots of funny. There's a lot of funny stuff. Also some serious stuff as well. SPLC. I don't know if anybody's seen anything about that. Weird shit going on. We have more Elijah. The gift that keeps on giving. Or as I like to say, the grift that keeps on grifting. A little bit of Clav. Maybe a Hassan video. I just was sent this before the stream started. That'll be at the end if we have time. And then we have this Ewu body cam video that I really wanted to check out. I was cracking up. I saw a clip from it. And I thought this would be something funny to watch on stream. It just came out a day ago, so we're going to take a look at it. Should be a good night. I'm excited. Let's turn this down a bit. Before we get into any of this good, juicy content for you all, please give me a subscribe on YouTube, JCam on YT. Give me a follow on X. Same exact thing, JCam on YT. Helps me out a ton. I do this out of the love of the game. I'm doing this for free right now. I have no institutional backing. I have no handlers. I have no foreign governments giving me money. All I have is my subscriber count and my viewers, really. Kind of one and the same though, right? Not quite, but subscriber count, viewers, people watching, my supporters, right? You people. That's all I have. So please help me out. Let's get to 400. We made it past 300. We went above and beyond. We're at 312 right now. Let's keep pushing onward. I feel like I'm a little frazzled this evening. I'm a little back up against the wall, but that's kind of how I like it. I'm totally sleep deprived. I stayed up late last night watching my team. I'm watching the Cavs get their ass beat by another country. By Canada. What is up with that crap? Couldn't believe it. And then I was up till like midnight, and then I had to wake up again this morning at 6, and I was like, dude, I got 6 hours sleep. Anyways, I'm here. So I was feeling kind of tired, and I'm like, uh-oh. Sluggish. Crawling around a little bit, you know. And then, yeah, so that was basically why I was a couple minutes late. I just had to do it. I just was like, oh shit, Get all the shit down. I came home and I just wanted to do nothing. You know how that is. You work 8 hours or whatever, 10 hours, 12 hours, and you just want to go home and do nothing. That's why I originally had the streams on Saturday, because I thought I'm not going to want to do them after work, but honestly, this has worked out pretty good. But you're going to have those days. I'm going to have those days where I'm a little exhausted, especially when I'm staying up late watching some nonsense. Anyways, how has everybody else been? Hang on 1 second, checking something real quick. Okay. All right, so let's just jump right into it. Let's just jump right into this. I'll pause this. Get right into the content. So I don't know if everybody's seen this. There's a trend. Dom Lucre? I've never actually said his name out loud. I just assumed it was Dom Lucre. It's probably Lucre though. Stealer of narratives. Yo, this dude was actually crashing out on the TL like a couple weeks ago because they were changing the monetary schema on X. And he wasn't going to be able to just repost the news is basically what he does. He just floods the timeline, floods the algorithm with news stories, and he gets paid. I should be doing that. I should honestly be doing that. We should all be doing that. How is that not? I just don't, it's a commitment. It takes a lot of time. I don't know. But he was crashing out because they were changing the payout on X. So I don't know. But he says developing. There's currently a growing trend of people running into the LA Scientology headquarters to see how far they can go without getting caught. This is a trend that I support. I'd support this. This is it, honestly, let's check this out. This shit's so funny to me.
Wow, it's nice in here.
How are you committing, Mr. Yeah, you gotta get out.
Okay, I'll leave.
Get out.
It didn't even seem like they cared that much. This guy, really? This is gonna you think that's gonna do anything? You think that's gonna do shit? The dude jumps down the stairs. Well, how far did that guy get?
Wow, it's nice in here.
He went all the way back there.
Yeah, you gotta get out.
Okay, I'll leave.
Get out.
I support this. How are they going to stop you? How are they going to stop if 100 people ran in there? What are they going to do? Why does Scientology have a cross? I don't know. Why do the Mormons call themselves the Latter-day Saints? The dead bodies locked in the basement, dude. Yes. This shit, I don't know, it's just so funny, man. We need to make this more of a trend. This is the only TikTok trend I can ever get behind, right? I want to see more bands of youths do this type of shit. Or try and do it in like government buildings, although you got to be careful because they might actually just start shooting you. But shit like this, like these kind of like prim and proper kind of like institutions, but they're really just like money laundering corporations, like that type of shit. Let's see what goes on. Let's see what's happening. Let's see the scamming that goes on. Because that's all this shit. Yeah, look at this shit. This shit is just a scam. It's some guy made up a fucking story. He tells a fucking story. That's what it is. And then people buy into it, and then there's probably mass brainwashing once you get behind it. You probably just get like one. That's the thing, is like you just get like one famous person on board with this shit. And then they will vouch for you. And then from there, they you know, it's like an MLM, right? Like a multi-level marketing scheme, kind of, is that they will go out and vouch for you, and they will tell other people to come. And then once they're in, then you can, I don't even know, practice brainwashing techniques and take all their money. Isn't that what happened to that one chick from, what the hell's that show called? The King of Queens. What was her name? What was that actress's name? Leah Remini, yes, Remini. Wasn't like her, yeah, Scientology. She had the whole story. So now she gets to tell her story. We heard your story, L. Ron Hubbard. Now she gets to tell her story. But they probably just sucked the life out of her, sucked the life out of her bank account. It's like a cult for like. It's like a cult for like the Hollywood elite. That's what it is. We got another one here.
Let's go. I'm Wallahi, I'm going in here. I'm Wallahi. I'm Wallahi.
Oh, this guy's POV.
I'm Wallahi, I'm going in here.
Oh, let's see.
Where's Zenu?
Where's
Zenu's not here. Huh?
Let's just be nice and exit the building.
Okay, I'll go on the other one.
Did he have to blur that?
Damn, you got a nice haircut. I'm Wallahi, I'm going in
Dude,
here.
I love the sound effects. So good. That shit will never not be funny to me.
I'm Wallahi, I'm going in here. Where's Zenu? Zenu's not here. Huh?
Is that Nick Fuentes? Yo, it looks like Nick Fuentes, dude. Low key. Maybe. Yeah, why'd they blur the room out? Isn't the whole point? Maybe it was the person who re-uploaded it, blurred it out. Skeptical Me looks at psychological tools used in these videos, shows a chaotic antisocial action to create a trend, targets a specific institution, blurs out or censors any context-heavy content to create mystery. I know, he didn't go that far. He literally went down one hall and took a right, and it's like, what are we going to be seeing there? We're going to be seeing pictures of... I mean, what? Like, it's like a big spiral on the wall, like brainwashing. This creates a mystery and drive to learn about Scientology or get you talking about it. So the Church of Scientology themselves are probably the ones behind this. Yeah, but aren't they like super secretive? Didn't they not even want, like, didn't they get all up in arms when South Park did that episode on them? Weren't they like pissed? The funniest part about Scientology is they get super butthurt too when people like peer a little bit further than just what's on the face. Uh-oh. My light just went out. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties. Let's see if this works. Oh no, I think the whole thing just broke. Oh no. Hang on. We're going to have to maybe address that. That's not good. Hang on. All right. Technical difficulties, people. Give me 1 second. right. That looks okay. I liked having that light there. That was nice. Whatever, we'll make do. I knew that was coming too. I knew that was coming. That light has been sketchy for a minute now. I guess that's good. I just bought some new lights. Now I'm back down to 2. I had 2 originally. 1 broke. I got 2 more in. Then I had 3, which was nice. And then that one just, I don't know. I'll have to address it. Maybe I can fix it. It just looks like the whole bulb just went out, which is annoying as hell. Anyways, where were we? What were we at? Okay, so this guy's saying Church of Scientology. He's saying the Church of Scientology is behind this as a marketing ploy. That's some weird because psychologically it does make you think, whoa, what's going on in there? And they go, come and see, right? Come and find out. Come visit. Well, we could tell you all about Xenu and all this bullshit. Can you tell me about Tom Cruise? Can you tell me what's going on with Tom Cruise? Why he never ages? What did you give him? What did you inject him with? You might be cooking. Dude, honestly, this is so much of today is that advertisements like Logan Paul or Jake Paul, I don't know. One of the 2 Paul brothers was just on like Pawn Stars. I just saw like a 30-second clip of it where they were selling a Poly Market chain at Pawn Stars. I mean, how many advertisements in one is that? It's one for Paul Brothers, it's one for Pawn Stars, and it's one for Poly Market. All 3. Oh, and he mentioned some fighting thing he was doing where he was wearing it. But it's all created to make it seem like it's just a goofy interaction between him and Rick at the pawn shop, whatever it's called. What's the pawn shop store called? I don't even remember. But the one in Vegas, that show, you guys know what I'm talking about. But it's created to make it look like it's just a funny interaction. All the while, it's actually an advertisement to create a buzz, right? And so many things I think are just they're put out there, they're rage bait, they're purposely just trying to keep, it's the attention economy. They're just trying to keep people's attention on them. It can be good, it can be bad, it doesn't matter. They're just trying to create a buzz and create a conversation and get people to do this, right? Get people to stream it and get people to proliferate it on the internet to all the eyes they can. So I wouldn't put it past them. I wouldn't put it past them if they actually pay people to do this stuff and then they did it, and so then they get an uptick in Scientology. People long for ad-free spaces soon. They already are probably. Dude, I am because, you know, that one of the things it's also doing is it's actually turning me into a fucking schizo. It's not schizo hours yet, but it's actually turning me into a schizo because then you start to question what is actually real. How many of these interactions are actually real? Like when we watch these IRL streamers, the claviculars of the world, the ice Poseidons of the world, so much of what they do is like, it's curated, right? It's like WWE. It's like wrestling. It's not that it's not actually happening. It's not that it's like CGI or something, or these are actors necessarily, but they're like leaning into, it's a bit. It's something they're trying to farm clips. That's always in the back of their mind. It's to farm clips. So that alters their behavior, that alters their speech, that alters what they do. So it's constructing this whole illusion around these people that sometimes, and I'm not like the clavicular, like Aiden Ross, these people, like you can tell when it's, but sometimes it's not so clear where you're like, was that real or was that, and it just like splits your brain open where you're like, what the fuck's going on? I think this is also what the Trump administration's doing, frankly. I think they're just flooding the zone with shit, pushing out nonsense information. And I think they are creating the media narratives. That whole Pete Hegseth coming out there reading the line from Pulp Fiction. I mean, I had my coworker talking about it. He's so stupid. I'm like, I don't actually think he's that stupid. Or if he's dumb, I don't think that the people behind him are that dumb. I don't think the administration as a whole is dumb. I think even if he is the front-facing doof and he's the one to put out there, I don't think that they would unintentionally, accidentally push him out there to say a fake Bible quote from Pulp Fiction. Okay. I think they do that, and I think they want the media attention on this shit. I think they want to it's a way to control the media space. That's why I really didn't give a shit to comment. That's why I really don't comment on a lot of the bullshit, day-to-day bullshit that goes on with the Trump admin. The countless posts, the countless lubs, all this crap that they're churning out. I just don't care, because I think that a lot of it's astroturfed. It's created to be like that. Every like week, every few days, they have something. They throw something out there. Remember that Trump golden statue that they were talking about putting up in like right outside the White House? I think is where it was. That's another one. It's just like they just threw that out there like, yeah, we're talking about putting in a golden Trump statue where he's holding a Bitcoin or some shit. Wasn't that what it was? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Then people run with it and they talk about that. And it was like we talked about that briefly, but I think it was in the context of basically this, a larger media apparatus being distracted by nonsense and bullshit when there's still a genocide going on, when the Epstein files haven't been released fully. There's no wall being built. AI surveillance, the AI beast is being constructed all around us. So you never get to a real, I don't think you ever really get to, on the front face at least. That's why you come here though. We dig a little deeper. We try and speculate a little deeper on these things and read between the lines as much as we can. Because just looking at it on its face, you're just going to see the bullshit. You're going to see what they're just throwing out there. What happened with the Epstein files? Exactly, yes. So all this is like, it's all curated, it's all WWE, it's all advertisements, and nobody's disclosing this shit, half the shit what's going on. The Epstein what, right? And nobody's disclosing what's going on. They're just acting. They're all acting as though this is just, oh yeah. And so it's creating a sense of schizophrenia in my mind. The internet itself, remember right after the Iran strikes and the Iran war started, the amount of nonsense that was flooded on the TL, the amount of misinformation and disinfo, and it's still happening. That's why I don't really even talk about the Iran war, because we don't know what the fuck's going on. Something's happening. Something's happening. I can tell you something's happening somewhere. People are doing something. But that's as far as I know, and that's as far as I care to really delve into that, because there's just so much nonsense coming out. And even going to the people, even going to the talking heads to describe it to you, to tell you what's going on, get into it. There's so many differing opinions on things that you can sit there and you can side with your people and you can say, oh yeah, I'm a Candace stan and I'm a Tucker Carlson stan or I'm a Hassan stan, whatever. And you can just agree with them. But, and this is the point I've tried to make, is we don't really know who those people are. At the end of the day, we don't know if they're being funded by people or they're being backed by people. And what they're pushing, the angle that they're pushing, can also be curated and constructed to get you to buy into, oh, that's how I should view that. Oh, that's the lens in which I should view these things. Okay, thank you. Thank you. But it's all fake. That's what it seems like. It's all fake. It's all just a bunch of crap. Oh my gosh. All right, hang on. Turn that down. Those damn kids. Those damn kids. Those damn kids and their pranks. The bad part about this is that they should have gone as hard as they could on one of the first few tries. Like, you do it once, maybe just to test and see what's going on. And then after that, go, dude, their security's bunk. Then, like, the next day, you go hard as fuck. And you start trying to open every door and try and go as deep as you can. Because now, if you do it enough and you're just doing these half measures every time, what's going to happen is that they're going to have increased security and nobody's even going to get through the front door without some guy patting them down and saying, wait, who are you? Do you have a meeting here? And nobody's even going to be able to do this ever again. This should be a form of ransom public audit. Yeah. Random public audit is what you meant? Yeah, we want to see what's going on in here. You're going to have a business. You're going to have this institution. Are they a public, or not public, but they're a nonprofit? Is that what they're? Do they get the religious exemption for taxes and whatnot? It's tax exempt since 1993. Okay, they don't have to pay taxes. I want to go in and see what's going on in here. I got to pay taxes, and the IRS can audit me anytime they want. You don't have to pay taxes? I should just start my own religion. We're going to need the Jacobian reformists. We're going to need to start that. A sect of Mormonism. It's going to be a tax-exempt religion in the U.S. that we're going to be able to funnel all of our money into, and I don't have to pay any taxes on it. I think we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to make that a thing. And I am the final prophet of Mormonism. Anything that comes after is fake. It's not real. Don't listen to it. I am the same Jacob in the Bible. I am the heir. I am the spiritual heir of Jacob in the Bible. And I am going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what goes on with the LDS church. Something tells me that wouldn't work out. But we're going to do it. And we're going to just, hey, they don't have to accept us because they won't accept. Frankly, they won't accept us. The LDS and the Mormon Church, they won't accept us because they are following a false prophet. The current guy, he's false. They've been on a false trajectory for many years now. We have to correct it. We are here to correct it, just like Muhammad. He is here to correct. He is here to correct the Injil. Right? He is here to correct the old revelation. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to correct the old Joseph Smith revelation.
Hey guys, back inside.
Holy shit. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey guys, back inside. No cults out here. Inside. Inside. Good boy, good girl. Hey, good boy. Close it up.
Close it up.
I can see you. Shannon, what are you doing? Shannon, don't. I have a question, Shannon. Shannon, you forgot this door.
You forgot the door.
Why'd you duck below the desk, Shannon? Inside. Inside. Don't run. Inside. You don't have to run like that, though. You scared them. You scared them. Hey, Shannon, you gotta stop, kids. Stop, kids. You gotta stop doing that. Where you going? Look at them. It's panicking. What? Look at you guys panicking. Shannon, you're sleeping. I caught you sleeping, Shannon. I caught you sleeping. Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Scurry back inside.
Good boy. He was so scared.
Yo, I've been by here. I walked by here. When I was in LA, I saw this. I walked by it. But it was locked. It was late at night. I wanted to go in. I wanted to inquire and talk to them. I wonder how much they would have told me. Probably not much. You should never join a cult, but it's okay to start one, right? Plan your profit arc. Oh, it's already in the works. Why are people so afraid of cults? Technically, Christianity is just a really big, massive cult, right? The problem is taking advantage of. People being taken advantage of. There's a lot of Christian denominations that take advantage of. I mean, what the hell was Jim Jones? Jim Jones was a Christian pastor, Christian preacher. But they develop their own theology, their own doctrines, their own ways of doing things. They fall into pre-lust, they fall into delusion, they fall into pride, and then they eventually create and add themselves into, like Joseph Smith, into the freaking Bible. And you're like, you're an insane cult. This is insane. Little different than a 2,000-year-old ancient religion. Little bit different. That's the problem, is that people will grift off of these religions. And then they will say, no, I am the true God. I am him. I am the true prophet. I am the true heir to the throne, or whatever. And only you guys can follow me. And then what happens is Jonestown or something, or they just take your money. I mean, that's what Scientology is doing. It's just like funneling people's money into their pockets, tax-free. And it's just a story that a former, wasn't he a former Navy commander or something? He was in the Navy or Air Force or something. L. Ron Hubbard. He's just a sci-fi writer. I think it's also just like, pre-war, was he? Yeah, he was in the military. Yes, he was in the Navy. But it's just, when it's just like, that's the thing, it's something started by one person and there's no checks and balances on what the theology is, what exact, because I mean, same thing with maybe I'll have to do a stream on this and just talk more about it, because this might be going above beyond the bounds of what this stream is about currently. But same with the Hale Bob Comet people, right? They just thought up a story, and there was a great documentary on HBO Max, if you have that, check it out, where they detailed the whole saga between Doe and T, or whatever the two leaders' names were, where basically the one leader, the one head, dies, and the other one takes the cult. It takes it on himself, and he starts to like just invent stories, what we need to do, and then out of nowhere, post hoc, pulls out of his ass that the Hale Bob comic going by, that is the other cult leader. She's coming back, and we have to jump aboard. How do you guys feel about mass suicide? And then he got like 20 plus people to get, like, that type of shit, where it's like, you just made that shit up, dude. And there's nothing to check against this stuff. That's one of the things, is like, when you look at something like the Orthodox Church, right? There's like multiple checks, right? You have like your local parish, but then you have this ecclesiology, all types, going all the way up to the bishops, going all the way up to the metropolitans, of people who are keeping other people in check. And the theology is guided not only by the Bible, not only by the ecclesiology, but also by thousands of years of tradition, where you can call people out and say, this is going against the established tradition. But when people just start shit and then they make up their own ideas of stuff, that's where they lead them astray. That's where they go, well, we're going to start doing this. And it's usually for their own benefit. It's usually, I need your wife. Oh, I need your paycheck. So it's not that it's a cult, it's what the origin of the cult is. Yeah, that's part of it. Origin of the cult, I think we've seen several examples of cults in the past doing heinous things, taking advantage of people. And no checks and balances, I think, are three big ones. Plus people not being able to leave, too. That's another one. Doesn't Scientology does some crazy shit to people when they try and leave. They like really hound them. From what I recall, that's what people have claimed. Whereas I've never had any problems leaving a Christian church, or at least the Orthodox Church. I've never had any problems. Again, it depends on the Christian church. That's what I'd say. It depends. I bet you Mormonism's pretty tough to leave. I bet you certain sects are pretty tough to leave. It seems cults do take a lot of money and ask you things that are bad to yourself and others and encourage splitting from family. Heaven's Gate cult was scary. It was very scary. Christianity doesn't ask you to kill yourself or others. And also, we've seen the fruits of a Christian civilization. That's another thing, too. We've seen the fruits of what a Christian civilization does and how it operates. And we go, oh, like Rome, Byzantium, East, West, whatever. We've seen these Christian countries and how they flourish. And we go, that really was something virtuous, and that, it bore good fruit, right? The family is something good. The family, the foundation of society, something that is encouraged in the Christian tradition. Virtue, bearing your cross, sacrifice, giving to the poor, giving to others, right? These things, like we can see the fruits of how they've manifested in society, not just on an individual level, not just in one sect, not in one time, but over 2,000 years. They should be 60ing this to what? They should be 60ing this to blank. Oh, M lodges, not churches or something. Yeah. They censored that? YouTube censored that? I thought that was you who did that. I thought, good on you, King of Sheba, for finally censoring yourself in my chat. For once in your life, censoring yourself. Oh, that wasn't even King of Sheba said. That was Ironclad. My bad. I thought I saw King of Sheba here earlier. But I thought people were finally censoring themselves in my chat, and I was like, thank God. Thank God. I'm not going to get my shit taken down just yet. All right, we're going to move along. That was the Scientology portion. It went a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. I removed a letter each time, had to write it like 8 times from 3 accounts. Yeah, Marie just typed it. How the hell did she just typed it in straight up? I'm not doing anything. I don't touch anything. I haven't done nothing. Anyways, we're going to move along. That was an interesting little segment. I just saw this on my timeline. I thought, this shit is so funny, dude. Also, I saw this guy's shirt. I thought this was Tucker Carlson's logo for a minute. The TC, is it TCN or Tucker Carlson? That logo right there. Looks very similar, but I thought for a second, I was like, what the fuck? Then I thought, is this a freaking undisclosed ad for Tucker Carlson? But then I looked at it, it says something about surfers or some shit. It's YouTube censoring, not Jim. No, I don't do anything with the chat. I frankly, don't tell anybody, but I probably should have mods just in case. I should make some of the regulars mods. AI probably flagged it as a call to... Yeah, maybe. But anyways, all right, we're gonna move along. That was fun. That was an interesting little thing. I'd like to maybe we can do, because you guys post some interesting questions in chat, and I would like to think about it a little more. I think I touched upon a handful of things off the top of my head that come to mind when I think about that. Cults, religion, the difference, or cults and Christianity, the difference, right? But that's an interesting topic that I maybe would like to delve into more in the future. But we're gonna move along. We're gonna move along here. But before we do that, I'm gonna grab some more beverage real quick. So I've been chugging this shit. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. Don't nobody go nowhere. And don't you dare touch that dial. Okay, we're back. I do think key difference is about freedom. A huge part of Christianity is freedom, right? And a huge part of Christianity is telling the truth. Telling the truth. I think people instinctually have a you have a gut reaction. You have an intrinsic feeling that feels right. That feels correct. That is something people like and value. You're not trying to bullshit me. That's like a core ethic of the Christian worldview, is telling the truth, not lying, not deceiving yourself or others. There are YouTube channels from people who have left Scientology. Interesting. All right, maybe we'll have to do a Scientology segment at some point. That's interesting. Cults are for cool kids. Yeah, maybe. Again, it depends on the cult. Depends on what you're doing. It might be cringe. What if it's the cult of woke? Okay, what if you're in the cult of woke? Are you cool? That's the whole problem with so many people of the internet age, is that they have willfully given themselves over to something that they do not understand the ends of. Big problem. What am I? I'm an activist. I'm a warrior for some ideology, some philosophy that I'm not even really sure what the point of it, what the ends of it are. All right, so we're going to look at this. Just a quick segment on clavicular I thought was interesting. Andrew Callahan alleges Peter Thiel is helping fund clavicular in latest video. He says, quote, according to several of our whistleblower sources, Thiel is also personally invested in signal boosting friend of the show, clavicular. Something we called out months ago. We're ahead of it again. We're ahead of the conversation once again. There's been some spatterings here and there from random schizo Twitter profiles, but nothing really as official as Andrew Callahan, Channel 5 News. I've never seen anybody this big make this claim. Well, actually, maybe XQC alluded to something. He alluded that he might be paid, I believe. Might be being funded by someone. And then Clavicular himself said, "Oh yeah, Peter Thiel's trying to get me to go to his house for a massage, for a nice oily massage. He wants me to come hang out with him one-on-one. You guys think I should do it?" No, he didn't say that. But just interestingly enough, I don't think there hasn't been anybody as big as Andrew Callahan, who's got millions of subs on YouTube, who has claimed that Peter Thiel directly is helping fund Clavicular. Let's check this little clip out. He also had a longer interview, like a 2-hour video he posted on YouTube that I watched about a half an hour of, and it's very good. The guy he sits down with is kind of woke, kind of a libtard, but he says a lot of good stuff as well. I'm parsing through, you get some of these, like some of these words, some of these phrases, equity or inclusion or whatever the fuck. And you're like, okay, bro. But some of the stuff he's been saying is actually really good. And I agree with. So maybe we'll watch that. Maybe we'll watch that sometime. So much content, so little time.
Palantir's Peter Thiel, the architect of our modern surveillance state. According to several of our whistleblower sources, Thiel is also personally invested in signal boosting friend of the show, Braden Clavicular Peters. This support and Clav's rapid viral rise makes total sense. Thiel has made a number of strange statements about the future of humanity.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would,
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions.
He seems to have a vested interest in creating a post-humanist, technologically transformed future wherein real people like you and I cease to exist in our flesh form, instead living on as immortal creatures up in the cloud.
Yeah, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
This is not just like a Black Mirror style conspiracy fantasy. There is a race to create this kind of technology right now. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is now involved with a startup called Nectome, who plan to preserve and then upload his brain after death as a base model for what's called cyber immortality. And Google co-founder Larry Page recently declared that digital life is the natural and desirable step in cosmic evolution. So in this context, it makes sense that someone like Clavicular, who has already sterilized himself by injecting peptides into his nuts and ask questions like, what's the ROI on love?
He's sterilized? I didn't even know that.
With the potential
I guess that makes
partner
sense.
would be algorithmically pushed to impressionable pubescent American boys.
Yeah, I think that there's some truth to this. I think that there is some truth to this. It's part of that mimetic effect. It's putting this person to the front, making them seem very cool and desirable. He gets all the chicks. He has his own club. He rides around in nice cars. He's living the life. Right? Don't they say most young people in America, when they ask them what they want to be when they grow up, they say they want to be a streamer. And they juxtapose that with people in China where they're like, I want to be an astronaut or whatever. People in America are like, we want to be a streamer. We embody the streamer spirit. They envy that. And you put this guy out there, signal boost him to shit, get everybody on board with him, at least the youth on board with him. And it's pushing soft transhumanism. This nonstop thinking about your the levels of your hormones in your body and you editing them and you injecting yourself and the bone smashing and, forming, creating. This is just soft transhumanism is what it is. It's basically like transsexualism for straight people. That's basically what it is. And then it's like taking it one, you can see that there might be a pushing even further into transhumanism. Jacob doesn't follow the news follows Jacob. So true. So true, King of Sheba. King of Sheba, friend of the show. Appreciate it. We're ahead of it. We've been ahead of it. There's been times where I've talked about stuff on this show and I go and watch the Talking Heads and a week later they're covering it. That Augustus Dorico guy, the Rainmaker weather guy, who in part is funded by Peter Thiel as well. No, just a coincidence though. I remember covering him and then a week later, Sam Hyde was talking about it on his show. Interesting. Maybe they're all ripping off of me. Maybe they're following me and they're saying this guy knows a thing or two. Looks maxing is real though. Zoomers are very aware of looks. I know, but to what end? That's what we're talking about here. To what end? I'm not saying you shouldn't look presentable, you shouldn't look good, but to the point to where I need to go and get surgery and I need to go and chop it with my face and bone smash. And I mean, that's where you get into, it crosses a line into kind of like idolatry. It crosses a line into needless vanity. Do rich people become crazy or do crazy people become rich? I think crazy people become rich. Because what is the... They say that like CEOs, right? It is like a game. It's like war almost. Becoming a CEO, business is like war, hostile takeovers, right? Headhunters. They use these phrases in business. It's like already set up to be combative. You're in a competition with other people. And the type of people they say who make it to the top, the CEOs, they are the dark triad. Those are the best suited people to be CEOs, or people who don't care about people's feelings, don't care about, I mean, really anything, right? Like the capitalist mentality of like, I will do whatever I can. I don't care about nature. I don't care about people. I don't care about the little guy. That's a trope, right? That's a trope. But there's some truth to that. Is like, I'm going to do whatever I can to get a one up on you. That is part of that kind of Machiavellian spirit that is embodied by the CEO. So I think absolutely it's set up in a way to help, to propel people who are psychopathic, or at least have psychopathic tendencies, to be successful. And that's what I've noticed. You know, I've been looking at that and I go, so these are the people, this is the creme de la creme. This is the top of what you could be if you really want to do it. You want to play the corporate game, rise the corporate ladder. You want to do that. You want to all in on that. Well, this is what the end looks like, is that you're like a husk of yourself. You have no spirit. None of that shit matters. It's all raw data, numbers, money. It's all about getting a one up. And I look at that and I go, do I want to embody that? Do I want to do the choices I make now want to be in the spirit of that? So I can eventually one day arrive at that destination? No, I don't think so. I'm saying clavicular is partly astroturfed, probably, but also an idea whose time has come. The idea of modifying yourself through technology. I mean, that's been an idea for hundreds of years. I mean, that's really what the trans movement was, too, was that we have the ability to put a neo vagina, to create a neo penis. Why not? Let's do it. And you got the fake breasts, you got all that augmentation. Yeah, I think that it's been around a while, but I think right now we're finally seeing a normalization of it, for not switching genders, but like a hyper reaffirming of your gender, or what is considered or perceived as, you know, masculine. If you're a man, you want to be more masculine, you want to have all these things, you want to, and to what end are we going to go? If you have the money and you have the know-how and the ability to do it. And women, it's the same thing with women too. And like the OnlyFans shit. I mean, that's why all these people, I think, are I mean, Clavicular himself has OnlyFans chicks on his docket. He's like that. He has his harem of OnlyFans girls. I think why these people are not, they're not opposed to it. They're not opposed to OnlyFans because they're not opposed to the transhumanism thing. They're not opposed to kind of like the idolizing of the flesh. And the women, the OnlyFans chicks will go get the double D tits. They'll get the lips done. They'll do all that. And that's what their value is found in. not just the idea of modifying looks, but the hyperfixation on looks because of the assumption that looks are of utmost and nearly sole importance. Ah, that's interesting. Yes. Well, that's probably an internet thing, I would say. Everybody's got their eyes on you at all times. Every angle of you is going to be seen by the public. Well, you better take care of all the shit that's going on. You better clip that. You better snip there. You better whip up a better chin. Otherwise, you might get mogged. Otherwise, you might get made fun of on the TL for looking slightly out of sorts. We're creating it. We're creating that. There was actually just a story that I was going to cover as well. Nick was trashing on some of his followers for wearing his merch because they were a little bit overweight. So much so that the one guy logged off. He logged off his account completely because Nick was and the Groypers were trashing him. But that's the thing, is that once you put yourself out there on the internet, like I'm doing, you really, it's like these people don't even have, most people don't even have the balls to do that, right? Most of you fucking people do not even have the balls to do what I'm doing. To put yourself out there, to talk, to let everybody see your face. I know, listen, I know it's unfair. I know it's a little unfair because I'm just that good looking, but for other people, it's balls to go out here and do this. But most people don't even have that. They're losers. They are ugly uggos. And that's fine. That's fine. I don't place all your value into how you look. I don't place all the value of how people look on the external. But some people do. A lot of people do. And they just see the picture, they see the image, and they run with it. Oh, you're not a 10 out of 10. You're not meth maxing to lose weight. Well, there's something wrong with you. You need to be doing that right now. Holy shit. You need to get on Ozempic right now. No, I refuse. Let's see what the middle age does to Nick. I think all these people, same with clavicular, I don't think they think they're going to make it to 30. Or God forbid 40. I don't think they are even thinking about that. We used to age gracefully. And we used to have people who actually filled into, right, the age that they are. They used to accept it. They used to just say, I'm going to be getting old. I'm going to have gray hairs. I'm going to get wrinkles. I'm going to start wearing my cardigans and doing the crosswords, and that's that. But now everybody is just desperately holding on to youth as much as they can. And you get people like Kris Jenner, she's just like completely, she's like Clayface now. You guys see the Clayface preview movie coming out? She's like altering her face every 6 months or so because she just can't not mog. It's like, dude, this is so tiring. If this is what I have to do, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not playing the game. I'm done. It's a mog eat mog world. I get that, but it's like, do we want to do? Is that the life do we want that? I mean, is that what the society we want to foster? When I was growing up, my mom used to tell me not to stare. Don't stare at people. Even if they're horrendously ugly, do not stare. That's something good to foster in your kids. It's not nice. Now it's almost like, oh, we're going to not only stare, we're going to take a video of you. We're going to take a video of you at your lowest point. You're like, shit, I better always hold frame no matter what I do. And then people feel the need to be like always on the offensive, always on the attack. I don't know. It's very tiresome. It's very tiresome. And look, I'm not saying, some of the shit's funny. Some of the attacks, some of the back and forth, obviously it's content. It's funny. It's entertaining. But if we're going to foster this society where everybody's just nitpicking at every little thing, it's like You know who's actually going to win in that? You know who's actually going to win if that's the society we're fostering? The rich. The rich are going to win because they're going to have the money to be able to genetically modify themselves. They're going to be the ones who are able to afford CRISPR, okay? Not us, not the middle or lower class. So it like, if you're somebody who's not rich, if you're not in the 1%, it behooves you not to fall into constant attacking of people, constant evaluating your own looks and evaluating everybody else's looks. I think it behooves you. Fake women. That's another thing too, is that people, they have like both, it's like both sides, right? People play both sides of the shit because in one breath, you're right. In one breath, I think King of Sheep was right, where people do value the shit. But in another breath, they'll also say, well, you're plastic, you're fake, you're not a real, there's nothing underneath. You're a fake person. So there is like, well, hang on, like, there is like, what are we emphasizing here? What matters more? Looks beat everything, even money. Only force beats looks. Only force beats looks. Oh, only force beats looks. Looks beat everything, even money. I don't know. Not in men. That's not true. Otherwise, I'd be a billionaire. There's a lot of guys who are, and women maybe, and even women, it's a maybe. There's a lot of women who do get famous off their looks alone. But again, that kind of embodies, that becomes you. Your looks become you and who you are. Oh, that person, Sydney Sweeney. Is Sydney Sweeney really a talented actor? Not really. She's not that good. But she's got jugs and she looks pretty decent. And really, it's more the money that's putting her to the forefront. If she was just some barista in Starbucks, nobody would fucking know who she is. And not many people would even take a second look at her. Because she'd probably be married to some middle class guy, and that'd be that. Who gets the girl? The promotion, the popular acclaim, the rich, or the attractive? I would say the rich. The rich absolutely get as many girls as they want. I think that the looks thing can apply largely to a lot of women, but you have to do that. You have to take that step though to say, okay, I'm going to do the looks thing. And that means you have to get on OnlyFans. You have to go through the gambit. You have to start posting your shit. You have to start shilling your looks online. Guys, I don't think it works the same at all. I think guys literally just win by making money. But again, what game are you playing here? Are you going to play this? Do you really want to make money? How much money do you want to make? Sell out your country, sell out yourself, sell out your family. Well, make a lot of money that way. Then you got to think, okay, I gotta think, okay, is that the most important thing? Money? That's insane to me. Good looks are one of the more obvious things people don't keep for. That's another thing too, is you're right. Yeah, the wall. Don't we talk about the wall with women all the time? She's a post-wall roasty, right? The only good looks you could possibly perpetuate are natural genetic content, not artificial stuff. Yeah. Because you also have to keep it up. You have to keep up. If you get the artificial shit, you have to go back to get Botox every once in a while. Otherwise, it fades away. You have to go and get your BBL fucking blown up or whatever the hell they do. Your boobs, if you get fake boobs, they start to sag. You have to go get them redone. It's a constant thing. I love my gray hair. I know. I got gray hair too. I'm about to be 30. About to be 30, people. I mean, I got some gray hairs in my beard. Don't look. Nobody look. But it's coming, and I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it. Do you hear that, everybody? I'm accepting it. I'm thinking about doing some sort of Bilbo Baggins style event for my 30th. I'm trying to think of something I can do when he gives that speech and then he puts the ring on. He goes, I want to wow people. How can I wow people? How can I embody Bilbo Baggins for my 30th party? I'm brainstorming, guys. Any earthly good requires a ton of attention. Good looks, money, power, family, doesn't matter. Will require a ton of attention and upkeep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a multifaceted conversation because I don't think it's just one thing. I think good looks I think there is pretty privilege. I think that's true. But I think there's also, I mean, obviously you need know-how and you need at least an ability of communication. You need charisma. You know, you can be good looking, but have literally no charisma. That's something too people don't talk about. You can be ugly and have charisma. Charisma is kind of something that is hard to nail down, hard to define. You can be a shit talker. Rent a horse and ride in on it. I don't like horses though. I'm not a fan. I've ridden horses when I was younger. Not a fan. Anyways, let's move along. We're getting way off track. Maybe I should just say fuck the stream. I'm just gonna sit here and interact with chat the whole time, but then I'm not gonna have anything to clip. I'm not gonna have no content. Plus, I want to get through some of this. So, anyways. So now we got Clavicular's ex-girlfriend speaking out about him.
Sorry if you covered this, but what are your thoughts on OL Clav sucking that old rabbi off and gonna kiss that satanic wall?
Oof, that's pretty fucking bad. I'm not gonna lie. It's crazy. He went from like saying "Hail Hitler" to the kissing the wall. I mean,
this is his ex-girlfriend.
I'm guessing they probably like. To be honest, they probably threatened him, guys. Like, if we're being so real, they like definitely threatened him to the point where he probably.
Sorry if you covered this, but what?
His ex-girlfriend's claiming it. So Andrew Callahan saying Peter Thiel has a stake in Clavicular. He's boosting him. Now his girlfriend's saying, oh, he went from HH to the wall. To kissing the wall. And of course we got Elijah Schaefer in the comments saying we are believing female exes now. I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of that. Because, I don't know if I would necessarily directly relate Peter Thiel with the wall and Judaism and Jewish influence. I mean, I think he is more or less okay with it and allows it. But I don't necessarily know if I would say that he's like a one-to-one. Maybe. I don't know. I guess, I mean, the technocratic kind of agenda at large, I think the Greater Israel Project plays into that. And plus many of I guess Alex Karp he's Jewish. And he's helped over there in Gaza with gospel, right? Palantir's gospel. Larry Ellison. Okay. I guess maybe you can conflate the two and say just the elite, the technocratic elite in general. So we got Devin Nash here breaking down the cost of Clavicular's clipping campaign. He says he's got over 1,500 clippers working for him, nearly 70,000 clips in a month, and likely 650,000 monthly or more to run it. Where the hell is he getting this money? What the hell does his dad do? There's no fucking way his parents are funding this. Especially not after his OD and his dad was basically like begging him to stop. When he stayed up for 48 hours and his dad was like, please, son, please. There's no shot. There's no shot he's getting this money from his dad. And there's no shot he's making that much money from what he's doing. I mean, this is just overhead, is what he's saying. This is how much it costs just to run all these clips channels. 650,000. So he's got to be making substantially more than that. Plus the amount to run the club he just bought, plus the nightlife, plus all the editors and the people filming and all this stuff, his personal staff. Dude, we're talking about like $1 million here a month. Where the hell is he getting this money from? Maybe a tech billionaire? Maybe.
Probably closer to like 20% or 30%. Probably closer to like 20% or 30%. The math on it is it would cost $666,371 a month, even at $1 CPM, just to run Clav's campaign alone, not even considering all of these other people. So literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars are being spent every month to do this. Probably closer to like 20% or 30%.
Wow, dude. I think that, I mean, this would be like $1 million. This is $1 million. If this is just for the clipping portion, it's got to be more than $1 million for everything else included a month. That's the name of the game, is that it's not just about doing the streams. It's not just about this. It's about also clipping it and posting your shit everywhere. Nonstop. Having people clip it. Hey, if anybody wants to clip my shit, anything you find funny, anything you find interesting, go ahead. Have at it. But it's almost like a formula. It's almost like a formula that these people have gamed where they're like, okay, we're just going to pump the shit out of you in the algorithm by clipping every little thing you do. And I see them. I see the most, honestly, some of them are so stupid. And you got the OD thing and you're like, okay, that's kind of interesting. That's something's happening. But then you get certain things where it's just like, Clavicular said one thing, and you're like, that is so stupid. Why is that even a clip? It's a 15-second clip of him guffawing at something, and you're like, this is just dumb. But you just gotta keep going, keep grinding, keep it going. That's how the name Clavicular becomes a household name. So this is just a textbook industry plan. What the fuck? Exactly. And I called that shit from the beginning. I called that shit from the get-go. This guy is an industry plan out the ass. I could smell it. And I would think, who has a benefit? Who would benefit from pushing this guy to the forefront? Oh, the transhumanists. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. And I'm still trying to figure out the Nick Fuentes connection, because that was the first time I saw him. Clavicular on Nick Fuentes' stream. That was my first link to the clavicular world. And I thought, who the fuck is this guy? The first time I saw it, I was like, who's this joker? Who's this jester? And then I was like, oh, little did I know that he would be a mainstay, that he would be everywhere. He's known off of Cheezers and Cuffham's stream. He's not a plant. That's what a plant is. You read exactly. What are you talking about? And these people probably all have. I don't know for sure, but what happens is that they have similar management companies, the same management company, and they push these people. They are the ones who get them in connection. And then it's like, then you got to see who owns the management company. Why are they investing so much money into this guy? And why does everybody have to shill him and have them on their stream? Why does everybody have to have them on their stream? It says, ViewBot blatantly rely on the fact that real-world celebrities, athletes, and or groups of party women don't understand viewbotting. Thus, when you invite them to your stream, they think they are joining in on the new generation's next big thing, but in reality, they're just being used to legitimize the viewbotter's channel, which in turn brings in real traffic. Exactly. It's like hyperstition, man. This is literally what this is. It's hyperstition. We'll make it a thing. We'll make it real. The guests are actually more of the attraction than the streamer at the start. Use these collaborations or other collaborations to make the hyperinflated view count appear to be justified in the average person's analytically ignorant mind. Pay for clippers. Clippers rely on algorithms and spam postings that can make a 5-viewer streamer look like they're the next big thing. Combine the blatant view botting, the clipping, and the collaborations with celebrities and athletes and party women, and there you have it. Almost every single 30K viewer streamer in today's streaming world. It's a formula. This is a formula. Absolutely. And it's all about reach. And it's all about attention. How far can I spread my reach? Whose podcasts can I go on? Who can I get in contact with? And do you have the connections? Do you have the management team who can make that shit happen? If you can, guess what? You're big. You'll be big. But it's a similar situation to Hollywood. You have these middlemen, a lot of them from a Middle Eastern region, who would talk with other people, had connections with other people who are managing other famous people. And then they combine them, they get them together, and they say, I'm going to make you a star, kid. I'm going to make you big. And now if you have somebody who has just a bunch of disposable income, if you have Peter Thiel, who's like literally trying to capture the entire media apparatus, at least on the right wing, who doesn't even care about losing money. I mean, we saw this with Woke. Woke, they would throw millions and millions of dollars at these woke movies that would get shit ass reviews, that would tank. Didn't matter. They just kept coming out with them. They don't care. They have a war chest of money. They have an IP that's making them 10x that anyways. And I feel like that's exactly what's happening here. Peter Thiel's doing the same thing, just with the media, with the online internet sphere, with streamers. I'll just throw my money at these people. I don't care about a return on investment. Although I think a lot of times they probably do get a return on their investment. But I don't really give a shit. It's more about sending a message. It's more about the mimetic effect. It's more about my philosophy than anything. There was another clip I was going to see of her right here. Here you go, King of... Oh, I had it bookmarked. Here you go, King of Sheba. Here's your looks maxing. Clavicular's lesbian girlfriend lost her hollow cheeks and gained over 20 pounds since Clav made her leave his Miami penthouse and took her off his 10 milligram retatrutide protocol.
Anyway.
Retatrutide.
Anyways, I've gained about 20 pounds.
She still looks good.
My GI is so fucked. Anyways, I've gained about
GI? What is that? Gastrointestinal? Yeah, she literally looks better than, yeah, literally. But this is like this upkeep. You got to keep it. Oh, I got to keep it going. Got to keep it going. To what end? To what end? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that I'm pulling shit out of my ass? Do you think that there's any credibility to this? I think there is. I think, and now that it's actually gaining like traction with even big name people, million subscriber channels, I think, maybe there is some legitimacy to this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm talking out with my ass. Also, the prison, you know, he might have been somebody who is largely organic or maybe he got a management team and they helped him and they pushed him into these spheres. But it could have been the case that when he got caught, when he got locked up, when he was in custody, that's when they come and they reach out and they give him the money and they say, hey, we'll get you out on bail. Don't worry about it. And then you take the deal. That's what his girlfriend was saying, was now he was playing HH and now he's kissing the wall. Well, did that happen before he got arrested or after? Because that could have been the time when he took the deal. They try and pinch you. They try and squeeze you in whatever ways they can. All right, we're going to move along. We're going to look at the Elijah segment. Weird shit going on with Elijah. So last time, previously on Elijah Schaffer's life, we went through this article that detailed that his wife was in a deposition talking under oath, I imagine, to her lawyer, yeah, I'm assuming it was lawyers. I don't think it would be a judge. And she allegedly, I got to throw that out there. She alleges that while he was a youth pastor, was doing some funny. There was some funny business between him and a 16-year-old boy. And so now we're coming to the point where the court hearings are occurring. They're happening between him and his wife and who gets custody with the kids. And now we're going to see Elijah is looking dapper, dyeing his hair. He's looking very Aryan. So let's take a look at this. Host of the Rift TV. Take two. Host of Rift TV, Elijah Schaffer, had a court hearing today regarding his divorce. The judge ruled that Elijah will have to submit to both urine and nail drug testing, as well as a psych evaluation before being allowed to see his children. His wife is alleging all kinds of things during the deposition, that he had an interesting relationship with a 16-year-old boy, allegedly, as well as abusing alcohol and drugs, and as well as being a schizophrenic and on countless medication that she took pictures of. Whether or not that's HIPAA, I don't know. It's out there on the internet. And it's on X. It's just floating around. So listen, it's all alleged. Just, throwing that out there. But she's saying that he's got to basically submit a urine and nail drug test and a psych eval. I wonder if he's going to pass that. Schaffer also brought his entourage of Twink Groiper and Bear Groiper to his hearing. Schaffer's father was also present at the hearing, but oddly left behind by himself as they left the courthouse. Schaffer's been very public about his divorce, often posting about his wife, kids, the divorce itself, and his thoughts on how much he hates women. Despite constantly posting about how all women are whores and just a bunch of holes, Schaffer has 3 female lawyers, which we're going to see in this clip right here.
Elijah, how do you justify saying that women are nothing but holes and whores, but you have 2 female lawyers? How does that work?
No comment.
It's crazy how in 2025 to pull bitches, you literally have to be like a millionaire, 6'7", to go after tall, rich, famous men. And what do we get? The women, they're just whores. They can't even cook a hot pocket. And what do we get? The women, they're just whores. They can't even cook a hot pocket. And what do we get? It's like, and that's why once you have sex with them, once you come to your senses, right? So it's like you have that post ejaculate clarity.
Dude, this is so cringe, bro.
These days. But like, because you realize, like, after you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes.
3, right? Actually, 3 female lawyers. It's kind of wild.
That's kind of wild. Oh, Elijah.
Elijah, how do you?
Oh, Elijah.
What's up, Georgie? Got a suit that fits now. Good to see you.
It's comeback hour, folks, right?
How's it going? What? So he's the twink, you're the bear. Sure. What's your name?
Sure. Sure. I'm Bear Groiper. Yep.
What's up, Georgie?
This is his
Got a
entourage.
suit that fits now. Good to see you. You all right? Good to see you. How's it going? What? So he's the twink, you're the bear. Sure. What's your name? No comment. All right.
This was the guy in the video where he was at the was it CPAC? He came running up to him. The dude was like, "Bro, look what you're wearing." And he turns to him, and this guy's wearing like the baggiest, most unfitting suit of all time. And it was just so funny. And people are even speculating that he dyed his hair for the drug test. Because apparently, if you look it up, dyeing your hair can affect hair drug tests, potentially lowering drug concentrations by 40 to 60%. So that's an interesting bit of speculation there. That's why he did this, because everybody was wondering what the hell's going on with this hair dye going on here. And on a live stream yesterday, Elijah Schaefer displayed a stab wound and said he will test positive for opiates because he was prescribed pain medication. He's already figuring out, he's already making up a story. He's already trying to cover his tracks on why he's going to test positive. Listen, guys, I stabbed myself. I stabbed myself with a pen. I have to take my opiates. That's what's going on. He's trying to cover up his tracks on multiple levels, dyeing the hair, reducing the effect of a drug test, then also at the same time creating this cover story of, listen, the reason why I have opiates in my system is because I stabbed myself.
Working at
ninja shoes.
They take up the so I have a stab wound in my hand right here. I don't know if we can see that. Yeah, I have a stab wound. So yes, I'm gonna take a drug test soon, and it's gonna show up for opiates because I was prescribed pain medication for that. And that's totally fine, a drug test to have prescription medication in your system. But I was thinking about this. I have to use machines right now at the gym. I'm back at the gym. I'm back on TRT, as everyone should be over 30. And I go into the gym working at
ninja shoes.
He just admits it. He just says, listen, I'm going to fail this drug test. I'm going to fail the drug test. And listen, guys, work's been kind of stressful. So I've been going a little schizo lately. So I'll probably fail the psych eval as well. But that's okay. We're still winning. I will have my kids. I will get full custody of my kids. My wife is going to be forced to move to the U.S. It's okay. Okay. All right, man. Why did I get the thought he stabbed himself just to have access to the pain meds? Oh my, what is this? Did he stab himself? Does this look like a man who would stab himself? Elijah, what are you doing, bro? He's like literally turning into Milo in front of our eyes. He's becoming the Orthodox Milo. Come on, bro. He's not even Orthodox. What the hell is going on here? What is he wearing? He looks exactly like Milo. Dyed hair, wearing no shirt with a cross on. Dude. Looks like he just skipped to the Glock. Yup. I got shot in the hand the other day, guys. Crazy story. I'll tell you about it one day. Anyways, I'm going to fail my drug test. Okay, this is tough. I can't even lie. Oh my gosh. Dude, why? And he can self-harm as much as he likes to try and cover up his opiate addiction, but pretty sure he'll have a hard time covering up his coke addiction. Yep. Wow, he's cooked. I know, dude. Has Milo said anything? Well, let's go. Let's see. I haven't seen anything recently from Milo. I don't see anything here on any recent comments. But I'm surprised. I'm surprised he hasn't said he's trying to take my look or something like that. He's trying to be the Eastern version of me. Eastern Roman, the Byzantine version. Has he seen that picture yet? I don't think that. I think just happened yesterday or last night, maybe. Dude, it honestly just that was like, I should have put a warning there, but I did not know that was going to happen. I did see that, like a clip of that earlier. I didn't click on it or anything, but I was like, oh shit, I didn't think that was going to be right there. That's freaking crazy. He's going full schizo, bro. His schizophrenia is getting the best of him.
Like I invited, I invited one friend over, and she called him a pedophile just for sitting in my house, and he was really upset about it. He's like, "What do you mean
so
I'm
she's
a
throwing
pedophile?"
this accusation around. It's not
Yeah,
the
she
first
called him a
time
pedophile.
she's
She's like,
done
he's a
this.
pedophile, and he's a well-known well-known person. And he's like, "Why would your wife call me a pedophile to my face?" Like, that's horrible. And I was like, "I'm sorry, she's just crazy." And so she's calling my friends pedophiles, and then it's like, so you can't have friends over. And then you go over, so then you go to the bar or something to just find a place to relax. And then they give you shit and are like, well, don't just sleep then, go get some medication. So you think, well, maybe things are working in our marriage. Maybe I can just go get some medication and like she'll be happy. And then you realize she's doing that all to try to make people think that you're crazy. Even though it's just sleep medication, by the way. But it's like I invited
It's
one
not just
friend
sleep
over.
medication. The fuck is this? Look, dude, this shit's getting good. This shit's getting better every time. Every time we cover Elijah, it's just getting better and better. I can't wait to see what the judge rules if he's going to get custody. I can't wait to see his psych eval and his drug test.
The reason why I went to school.
Here we go. We have some lore, some Elijah lore, and why he talks that way. Everybody's always thought he was a flamer, but apparently there's another reason.
The reason why I went to school, so I was homeschooled. The reason why,
and this is, you know, it's not like we're digging through his, this is him just saying it on his stream. He's just admitting it. People are clipping it. Okay, dude.
The reason why I went to school, so I was homeschooled. I was considered heavily autistic gifted as a child, so I was homeschooled. I was not allowed to go to school because I was inaudible. Uncommunicative.
Pick a lane, dude. Are you autistic or are you schizophrenic? You can't be both. Nobody can be both. Impossible.
Education because it was special.
So I was till sixth grade. I was homeschooled because I was retarded, and I could not.
Why would you say that?
I mentioned this. Could not.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that on stream? What the fuck?
Breathe while chewing and could not breathe while speaking. And you watch videos from me as a kid, and I would do this week, and I would breathe in like these home videos. I couldn't talk. I couldn't breathe. I didn't know how to breathe while talking. So that's a true. That's genuinely like. You know, we had retarded kids. In the 90s, we were retarded.
The speech pathology.
So he's like literally the trope of you can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. Elijah can't breathe and speak at the same. He doesn't know how to talk. He can't talk normally. Holy shit, dude.
It did work.
It worked very well.
Very effectively. And that's why Mindy Lavis, who is one of my good friends,
Shout out to Mindy,
who's a speech pathologist, my best friend until I was 27 years old, was a female who's a speech pathologist who helped me as my friend and helped me through life. And I love her very much, and she helped me to Christianity. So she's very, very nice for that.
Nice.
And I thank her for
Well,
that.
that's good.
Not a sexual, not a weird relationship. She's just a nice Mexican girl
Professional.
who was professional, who helped me, and we were good friends, and you know, she really helped me through life. But that aside is Dean Ortner. Dude, he was so base. So he had this gifted program in LA, and that's how I came into it. It was expensive. I think at the time it was about $5,800 or $6,000 a year for the program. This is back in 2005, maybe, and 7, somewhere around there. And my mom couldn't homeschool me anymore because I finished my programs in like a month or 3 months. I finished my whole programs. We'd be done, and she just didn't know what to do with me.
He was a whiz kid, George.
Well, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know. This is actually true.
Yeah.
So she didn't know what to do.
I did that shit too.
Dean Ortner is retiring from.
I was homeschooled too for a while, and they would give you all the work all at once, and you could kind of like set your own schedule on when you could do it. And I just wouldn't do any of that shit until the end of the year, and then I would bust it all out in like a month, and I'd be like, okay, I'm done.
Teaching at universities, and he's starting this program in LA for gifted kids.
Listen, hey, we all have our problems, whether it's speech or whether it's whatever, right? When we're growing up, I get that. We get better. But why is he telling us this on stream? That's the weird thing. Why are you divulging this information to us? It just seems a little personal. It's a little much there, dude. I don't know why you're being this disparaging about yourself.
According to these retards, I'm slightly like.
Also, just his persona being this kind of like, aggressive, kind of attacking other people, kind of being, bombastic and just no holds barred. And I having that persona and then trying to couple it with these disparaging remarks about your childhood. It's like, dude, you're going to get fucking reamed on the TL. What are you doing? Who's his manager? Somebody needs to stop him from doing this shit. And wearing a suit jacket with no shirt underneath with an Orthodox cross on it. It's so degenerate, dude. What the hell? It's just another way to victimize himself. That's probably true. Or is he trying to gain sympathies? Is that what he's trying to do? He's trying to look human. Guys, I'm normal just like you. I had speech problems growing up. Okay.
Slightly like, so according to these retards, I'm slightly like savant or something they say. Like, slightly.
You're smart, bro.
Slightly.
So smart, bro.
Aprogenic, or like I learn by images. So like I don't have an internal monologue and I just like read things and memorize it.
Photographic
so I don't like
memory.
Yeah,
and
photographic
great
memory.
Spatial awareness as well. Spatial awareness on your IQ, I think you'd score off the charts.
No, I think I might be mentally ill.
The glaze.
For sure.
Jokingly. No, but like that's what's funny is like according to
he seems drunk. Is he drunk here?
Jokingly. No, but like that's what's funny is like
that way he did that was like, no. That seems slurring a little bit.
And by the way, you want to ask yourself this: what was Dr. Dean Ortner doing mentoring 7th graders? Yeah. What does this make sense? You know what he said? That's when he got into science. And he said that science is best attributed. This is why I reach out to young guys. It's not to molest them, regardless of the media says.
Why is he saying this? Why are you saying this, Elijah? Why are you saying this? What are you doing? Why does he throw this out here? Oh my God. He must be on drugs or something.
Guys, it's not to molest them, regardless of the media says I'm trying to molest young boys.
Blue,
the truth is
away.
why I reach out to young men, not even young boys, just young men, is because
the twinks. We understand. We
Dr.
know.
Dean
We
Ortner
know.
taught me the
We're
best
very aware.
way to change the world is to find disenfranchised young men.
Yep.
Now we call autists, but
you need a chip on your shoulder.
Now
Yeah.
they call them groypers.
Now we call them groypers. But you find disenfranchised young
Real.
men. He taught me this. Who are lost in the world, are hated by the women around them, feel like they can't communicate with the men above them, and they feel isolated in a group, and they feel like they have the brain power to change the world, and you tell them they do. That's what he said. Tell them they do. You say, you do have the power to change the world. Actually, you do. You're retarded, and you do. Because the world was changed by very savant, very strange men that have always changed the world. And so he came out, and he just...
And that's what happened to you?
Changed my mind. And that changed me. I thought, like, my brother used to beat the shit out of me. My sister was mean to me. I couldn't get any work done at home. And I joined this program, and I found out that there was other people like me. There was other weird people who could change the world. That's all.
In the special ed
There's
class,
one individual that if you are shopping around looking for a mentor,
I don't know, dude. There's something about, and Steve Bannon also said this. It's like the preying on. They don't use the word preying, but I'm using it because that's what some of it feels like. Where they go after these, they say disenfranchised young men who feel like they have nothing to lose and they have nothing going on. And you tell them, you whisper in the ear that they can do it. You are enough. And it's like, and then you corral them to be political activists. Is that what we're doing? Doesn't that seem a little, again, culty? Doesn't it seem a little culty? It seems a little like you're preying on weak people. People who got shit going on and they have a sense of self and they have a sense of identity and they're strong and confident with who they are. Those people are hard to convince of things, but people who don't have a sense of identity, they feel as though they're in despair. They have nothing, nobody, no friends. Those are the perfect people to prey on. Those are the perfect people that you can corral into your movement to be foot soldiers. And like, I understand what he's saying. You have a teacher who tells you, no, you can do it. I believe in you. Listen, that's great. You should have that. You should have an older, older male figure in your life who can tell you that, whether it's your father or your priest or whoever. Like, that's good. You should have that. But it just feels weird, especially given the, again, accusations that he brought up, and the kind of activist spirit, warrior spirit that has been kind of thrust upon these young men at such a young age. It just feels it feels like you're taking advantage of people. That's what it feels like. Am I off here? I feel like this is obvious. You prey on people who feel like they have nothing, they have nowhere to turn, and you give them a crumb of what they want, and then they're yours. Then they're attached to you forever. Please, validation, please. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. But really, it's like, wait, is that actually helping you in life? Is that actually a value to you? Is that actually giving you a virtuous identity? No, it's not. It's turning you into an activist, turning you into a slave. Or it's turning you into a complete degen, train wreck, crash out like Elijah. I mean, really, are we supposed to model ourselves after Elijah? I'm sorry, dude. Listen, Elijah, I'm sorry, man. But you got to get your shit together. If you want to be an actual role model, you have to actually be a role model. You have to actually be somebody that people can reflect off of and go, yeah, you know what? That's a person who I want to model myself after. Not just talking about it, but it's actually living it. This is the problem with today, and this is a problem with streamers. This is a problem with the mimetic effect, is that we have all these people who the masses, especially young people, young men, are mirroring, and they're saying, I want to be just like them because they have women and they have things that I don't have that I'm desperate to have. So then they embody that archetype of person. But then you find out that this person, whether they're funded by Peter Thiel or a billionaire, whether they just got lucky, whether they're actually degenerate losers, you don't know anything about these people, and these people don't know you, and they don't have your best interest in mind. They don't care about you. Who the fuck are you? You're just some bum. You're just a viewer. And they embody that archetype, they embody that person, and then they go out into the world, and then they're basically a copy of that person. They're basically multiplying. I am a Hassan. I am Hassan 2.0 going out into the world and embodying his views because I desperately need an identity and I desperately want what he has. So I'm going to go out there and try and live like him. I'm going to try and live like Nick Fuentes. I'm going to be a group. I'm going to try and live like Elijah, although I don't think there's that many people who are doing that. That's the general train of thought I'm on. Influencers, exactly. It's in the name. I'm influencing. Who are they influencing? They're influencing you, you idiot. People like to ask, where did all the cults go? We had so many cults in the 70s and 80s. Where did the cults go? The cults are right in front of you. The cults are the streamers. They've created all their own cults in their own echo chambers. That's what this is. And again, I think this plays into what we were talking about last stream, how nobody debates anymore. Nobody lays their ideas to bear and goes toe-to-toe with people in real time to see who's got a better position, to suss out a better position. Specifically in politics, philosophy, and religion, these types of things. Nobody really does this shit anymore. Everybody's just sitting there talking, reflecting, going back and forth with their audience, generating this feedback loop, creating more, multiplying themselves. Because they don't want to have to be challenged with their ideas. They just want to spout their bullshit off, their propaganda, have their cult followers pay them, give them money, and go out there and push their ideas. Regardless of how true they are, regardless of how wise they are, regardless of how much virtue it's actually putting out into the world or how much virtue the person who's following it actually embodies. Fuck that. Who cares about any of that shit? Like Hal and Megamind. I've never seen Megamind, so sorry. You take the wrong person and give them way too much power, influence, wealth, or other earthly treasures, they really are in danger of snapping. Oh. Elijah isn't schizo, he is NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. I could see it. Maybe he's multiple things. I have no idea. Maybe he's a schizophrenic NPD person. Huge worldly riches, success, etc. catapults you to the top of the worldly hierarchy, but not everyone is actually at the top of the hierarchy. Also, that shit, if it's not grounded in something real, if it's not grounded in truth and virtue, you're going to fall and crash and burn like fucking Icarus, like we're seeing right here with Elijah. If you don't have this vision, if you don't have something that is actually grounded, if you're not based, right? If you're not grounded in tradition and truth, the choices you're going to make, which should be influenced by that, right? The spirit of truth, your choices should be every one of your day-to-day minuscule choices should be bound up in that. You're going to eventually take a turn in your life that's going to lead you to ruin. You're going to, maybe not now, maybe not 10 choices from now, but eventually it's going to come and collapse in on you, that fateful end. But if you're guiding, if that's the underlying current, even if right now it doesn't seem to be something profitable, even right now, if it seems like it's very hard, doing the virtuous thing a lot of times does seem very hard. It is very hard. It's one of the hardest things ever. Sacrifice. You will eventually, if you do that enough and you live your life that way and the decisions you make on a daily basis are guided by that North Star, you will eventually see the end, see something good, I think. You will embody that. I should say that. You will embody that at the very least. Jacob, are you trying to get us to join your cult? The Jacobian reformists. Come on. Come on, Mormons. Weak minds. Crowder does. Crowder does what? Debates? See, when you can't just throw something out, especially if I'm on a monologue, you can't just throw a word or two and expect me to know what the hell you're talking about. And there's a delay also in the chat, so you have to say Crowder does debates if that's what you're talking about. You have to give me a whole. It's not like we're just talking and you can interject. You have to give me a whole sentence. Terribly underrated movie. You have to watch Megamind, one of my top faves. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll peep it. I don't know. I mean, it was past my time. It was past my, I was too old. I don't really watch animated movies that much anymore. The only animated movies I watch are like shit that I grew up with, right? Like Toy Story or Emperor's New Groove or something. Lilo and Stitch. I don't really watch current animated shit. Even watching something that's like quote unquote adult, like watching Ghost in a Shell, even that was kind of a slog to get through. It's just hard for me to get engaged. It's hard for me to get engaged with pictures, art, animation. Okay, this is not cool, man. This is not cool. We should not be posting that. When people do that type of shit, I've seen people do that shit with Elon too. That's not good. That's like some weird schizo MK Ultra type shit. When you're making AI edited pictures of like POV you with a G word, with a GUN word, and there's somebody on the other end, that's like some weird shit that somebody's gonna like, that's gonna be superimposed in people's minds, and they're gonna go crazy, man. Especially with them, Trump just declassified marijuana too. They're going to be declassifying. I think he also did something with mushrooms as well. Joe Rogan was at the White House. The one fucking thing that Joe Rogan goes to the White House for is drugs. They're going to keep releasing and decriminalizing these drugs and making them less and less on a federal level. They're going to ease up on the consequences of having these drugs and allow people to sell them. Well, we're gonna flood the market with this shit. People are gonna be schizo, and then we're gonna post AI renderings of POV assassination scenarios. Are you kidding me? That is literally MK Ultra. This shit's bad, man. This shit is not good. Crowder does debates, but professors aren't allowed to. Colleges are afraid. I mean, like, I want an actual like back and forth. I want actual back and forth with legitimate people who have positions. Like Crowder should debate like Hassan or Destiny or something. Like, why don't we have these? I mean, Destiny's actually been around the block, and he actually still does debates. I think he's doing modern day debates. That's somebody who does debates still. But he's doing I think something against Andrew Wilson coming up in July, which is like, hey, good on him. At least he actually has the back and forth. A lot of these other jokers don't even do that. What other specifically leftists? What other leftists do debates? Thoughts on the legalization of psychedelics? I like to see your segment. Like to see a segment on that of your opinion. I'm against it. I think I am against it, and I say this from experience. I don't think it's something worthwhile for people to be doing. The uninitiated, at the bare minimum, the uninitiated to be doing. People will have bad trips. They already have hangups about things. They're going to go fucking nuts. They're going to have probably other mental problems. Regardless of like if it's an actual mental diagnosis that you have, but even just having like a hang up in your mind about something, not good. It'll put you in a bad trip for sure. It's gonna cause you to lose your grip on reality more so than we already are. Plus fake images, AI shit. Like, dude, we are. It's ripe for like MK Ultra, mass MK Ultra. It's gonna be so bad. Allow people to flood the market with this shit. Get everybody like tripping out 24/7. Have AI rendered images of trauma-based mind control, like traumatic events. Then you cut the power supply, right? Then you cut the grid. Uh-oh. I always think about that too. You know how easy it would be to cause an upheaval in this country? Even just something like nicotine. People, so many people are doing I do Zins, right? So many people smoking cigarettes, this kind of shit. If you just say, hey, sorry guys, or coffee, my gosh, caffeine. If you just cut that off and said, dude, there's going to be a shortage. We're not going to have coffee for a year. Like right there, you're going to cause people to have friction. Instantly, instant agitation. Oof. And you could do that with countless things. I think the internet too is one of those things. If the internet just shut off, people would go crazy. I think people would go insane. But yeah, the legalization of psychedelics. I mean, that literally, they used to dose people with LSD during MK Ultra, high amounts of LSD. Like, who was it? Whitey Bulger? Was that who it was? The mafia guy. While serving time in Atlanta Penitentiary in the late 1950s, notorious Boston gangster Whitey Bulger was an unwitting subject in the CIA's top secret MKUltra mind control program. He was dosed with LSD over 50 times during an 18-month period, which he described as a nightmarish experience, causing severe psychological distress and long-term insomnia. You tell me, does that sound like a good idea? We just allowed people to do this shit. You think 50 times in 18 months is crazy? I mean, people would be doing this shit every day. I knew people who would do this shit every day. They would just be constantly tripping on this shit. I was like, dude, how? Or people would literally take liquid LSD and like they would just do it. They would put it in their eyes. Dude, fucking crazy. You think that if this shit was legal, people wouldn't be going wild? No, not for me. I think this is a bad idea to legalize. Bulger claimed the experiments brought him to the depths of insanity, causing paranoia, suicidal thoughts, and terrifying hallucinations, such as seeing skin fall off people. He suffered from lasting effects, including nightmares that forced him to sleep with the lights on, which he documented in letters from prison. Bulger was sentenced to 2 life terms plus 5 years in 2013 and was later murdered in prison in 2018. I also think he said he would see lasting effects would cause, he said, blood would be pouring out of the walls. Crazy, not good. Bad trip. It would be like a bad trip, dude. And people who don't know what the fuck they're getting into, they'll take it. Okay, I'm just gonna have a fun night. They're gonna think it's just like, I don't know, like sipping on a cocktail or something. I'm gonna feel kind of like loose, but then they're gonna go, oh shit, I'm having to deal with demons that I never would have thought about dealing with. And then they're gonna go crazy, and then you're gonna just be hearing people just killing each other because they couldn't hang. Legalizing psychedelics is going to turn the U.S. into one big Gotham City. Yo, that's a good example. In Batman Begins, when they put the fear gas in the water supply, that's what it would be like. That's what it would be like. Bad trip, yeah. I've actually never had a bad trip, so it's because my mind is pure. But people would have a lot of bad trips, man. It would not be good. But just the fact that they use that shit for MK Ultra for mind control, the government did, like that alone is like, that's kind of weird. Yeah, let's just give it to the public. Okay. Okay. And then wasn't there a connection between, if I recall, wasn't there a connection between Charles Manson and the Manson family, LSD usage, and MK Ultra? I believe there was. I think there was a book written on it. If my memory serves me correctly. But like shit like that, where it's just like, I don't think we need to be removing people from reality any more than they already are. People are already ripped from reality. You can barely even tell what's real just on a general news day-to-day basis. I don't need to be having to question, things on the corner of my eye. Things at the corner, what's that? Like, then you're always just going to be in a state of paranoia. No, not good. Microwave the water to make steam and aerosol the drug. Ingenious. Yeah, we should do that. No, we shouldn't, but we should do that with vitamin D in the winter. That's what I need. I need that. I need vitamin D, aerosol vitamin D. But no, long story short, that's my take on that. Legalizing psychedelics. No, I don't think that would be good. I think it would be very bad. I also think like DMT and shit, I think that there is, because people have they see the machine elves, they have a common experience. It's not personal. It's not a personal experience. It's a common experience between many different people. So there stands to reason that it might be an actual objective realm that you're peering into when you take DMT. There might be actually something real about it. It might be a spiritual realm, a demonic realm even. These machine elves that multiple people see. That shit I think would be, I think that there is a spiritual and or just demonic element to the psychedelic realm. I think that people are opening themselves up to things that they would never have wanted to or thought about prior. Do you think psychedelic treatment will help some depressed people or not? See, that's a different question. Is in like a clinical setting, like taking mushrooms or something like that potentially could help people. I think that could be a thing, because I know there's been people who have reported getting off like addictions, like cigarettes and stuff, by taking psychedelics. So there can be a potential use for them. I'm not saying they're completely, but if you're talking about complete legalization to where it's going to be in the marketplace and anybody can go pick it up at any time, that I'm like, no, that's not good. But if there's some sort of like controlled environment, like a clinical thing where we can monitor people and we can, try and get people to overcome certain problems, like, yeah, I think that could be potential. A 2022 study said that like 20% of American adult people have already used a psychedelic recreationally. Again, it's frequency though. I'm telling you, man, if people had access to this shit at any time, they would be vaping LSD. You would just, like they do with weed, they would just figure out a way to put it in a vape form and people would just be like all day. And it's like, you think the service is bad now. You think the service at McDonald's is bad now. You're going to be trying to talk to your guy and you're going to be like, yo, Jose, where's my Big Mac? And he's going to be tripping out on DMT. You'll be like, motherfucker, dude. And that's where you'll be sitting there. You'll be like, where's my fucking burger? He'll hand you fucking 2 fish fillets and a cherry pie. And you're going to be like, what the fuck is this? Antidepressants are 1% effective and the placebo is 10% effective. Where's that said? The country is already dangerous enough from the drugs, weed, etc. that is already out there messing with people's heads, making them drive crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, driving too. People would be driving on acid and it'd just be like, oh my gosh. Here's your burger. It's just his hand. It's just two buns on his hand in between. Here's your burger. Here's your burger, ma'am. Remember the scene in Idiocracy where the guy goes to the hospital and tries to talk to the lady at the desk? I remember him going to the hospital and talking to the doctor. We showed that last stream or the stream before that. Your shit's retarded and you talk like a fag, right? Isn't that what he says? All right, we're going to move along. We're going to talk about the SPLC. Another interesting little element here. I'm going to grab some more beverage and hit the little boys' room. So bear with me. It's 9 o'clock. We are out of schizo hours. You got my little schizo rant on psychedelics. But now we're going into crazy hours. Crazy? Insane? Insanity hours. I don't know. But give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Nobody go nowhere. And then we'll get into the SPLC thing. And then I want to watch this video at the end. So we're going to keep it moving. Anyways, I'll be right back. Nobody go nowhere. And don't you dare touch that dial. We're back. Another thing I was thinking about with the psychedelic conversation is that I will say this. That is something that AI or a robot could never experience. Tripping on a psychedelic, that is a very human experience. Like the stream, guys. Follow me on X, Jacob on YT. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Same exact thing, Jacob on YT. Let's get us to 400. We're on our way. We just started it, but we're on our way. The slog to 400. Can we do it? All right. Let's get into the SPLC bullshit. You want to talk about grifting? You want to talk about... This is grifting on a whole other level. This is creating your opposition. So happening now, this is from the U.S. Department of Justice. Justice Department announces indictment against Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC. Our indictment alleges SPLC secretly funneled more than $3 million in funds to members of white supremacist and extremist groups. $3 million? That's it? That's not even that much. I mean, how much money does the SPLC make? Probably billions of dollars. How much of this is a 3 million? Is this a nothing burger? Chat, is this a nothing burger? I mean, it's a something burger, but how $3 million? I mean, that's a lot to me, but to an organization like the SPLC, I feel like that's just a chump change. I don't know. So it says the SPLC secretly paid National Alliance affiliate $1 million, Aryan Nations affiliate $300,000, Unite the Right member $270,000, former National Alliance chairman $140K, former KKK members $73K, and American Front president and felon $19K. So this is literally what we have been saying for a long time, is that the woke sat there and cried out about white supremacy and, oh my gosh, white people are so nasty and so racist and they just want to kill all the minorities. For years they were saying this. And I think that the demand far outweighed the supply. So they had to make it. They had to supply it. They had to figure out a way to actually proliferate racism, hatred, bigotry among white people and just create that shit. Sounds like J6. Yeah, I think there is an element to that. I think there's an element of January 6th that it was not as it seemed, clearly. I just feel like, can't people see that there's an element of both sidesing that's going on here? Like, I think BLM, people on the right want to be like, oh yeah, woke is manufactured, BLM is manufactured, George Soros, Open Society, whatever, all this shit's manufactured. But I think that J6 and these types of agitators, these types of people are also present on the right wing, as we're seeing with the technocrats, Peter Thiel, is that they're starting to buy into this side as well. They're not just funding left-wing people are not just being funded. It's not just to push Marxism or whatever the hell, wokeism. It's also let's push white nationalism, white supremacy as well. Let's create the divide here. No, white supremacist is funny. I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top. Right. Isn't that interesting? So we got a little portion here from the document. You can go look it up, justice.gov. I can actually post this link in chat if anybody wants to look at it. Right. Oh, there I am. If anybody wants to look at that, there's a link in chat. There's a little portion here that's interesting that I was looking at. It says, starting in the 1980s, the SPLC began... 1980s. Okay, the 1980s. began operating a covert network of informants who were either associated with violent extremist groups such as the KKK or who had infiltrated violent extremist groups at the SPLC's direction. Because that's what the SPLC does, right? It's like protects minorities and protects black people from the rampant anti-Semitism and racism of the world. That's how they make their money, right? And I think even you had actors who paid tons of money, millions of dollars to this organization. Maybe there's a funneling of money type deal. Is it a nonprofit? I don't even know idea. Is SPLC a nonprofit? Tax exempt. Tax exempt. That's just what it seems like. That's the way to go. That's the structure. Once you get rich enough, you start some sort of nonprofit like this, tasked with solving the nation's problems. All the while, you're actually financing the problems in order to solve it, in order to get more money. And the BLMs of the world, these movements, they just generate more income, more revenue. George Clooney, Tim Cook, JP Morgan, they all pledged money after the Unite the Right, right? Wasn't that? Dude, holy crap. You can't even, holy shit. You cannot even just get on a website anymore. Everything is just scuffed. Many of the SPLC's donors, including Clooney's foundation, former Apple CEO Tim Cook, and JP Morgan, pledged to the organization after clashes at the 2017 Unite the Right white supremacist rally in Virginia. Okay. Event that they were helping fund. It's a grift. This is a institutional, tax-free grift. And it's all for the elite to play this grand chess game among us, the peons, among the voting blocks. And they can make it, it's an investment, and they can make returns on their investment. These informants were referred to by some individuals within the SPLC as the field sources, or the Fs. More like the F slurs. Between at least 2014 and 2023, the SPLC paid their F slurs in a clandestine manner. Doing so hid the fact that while the SPLC received donation money under the auspices that the funds would be used to dismantle violent extremist groups, this donation money was instead being used in part by the SPLC to pay leaders and others within these same violent extremist groups. That money was then used for the benefit of the individuals as well as the violent extremist groups. You prop up the opposition, your mission statement that you're saying you're here to fight, you prop them up so it seems like a bigger problem than it actually is. People freak out, they give you money, tax-free, rinse, repeat. I think this is more of a sinecure for cronies, give them a job infiltrating a fun group of people, and then poly them exorbitantly, and then pay them exorbitantly because it is so dangerous. Well, we'll get into this. Hang on. Let's read a little more. Between 2014 and 2023, the SPLC secretly funneled more than $3 million in SPLC funds to Fs who were associated with various violent extremist groups. Example of Fs who were secretly paid by the SPLC include, but are not limited to, the following. F-37 was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville. Attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. F-37 made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, the SPLC secretly paid F-37 more than $270,000. Well, so it's not just infiltration. They're actually trying to create and cause and start events. It's infiltration, but I think that they're also trying to capture on, like Heather Heyer, right? Capture on an event. So then you can generate more money. You can generate the narrative. I mean, how freaking long did we hear about the damn good people on both sides? How long did we hear about Heather? We still hear about Heather Heyer. And it's weaponizing these groups to create flashpoint events. So then you have something to talk about. You have a narrative to run off of that the Democrat Party has been running off of forever. I said the same thing about the ICE raids. Like, a lot of these was just like, dude, this is not how you do this. This is just going to cause tension. It's going to cause a flashpoint event, which it did. 2 people died. Not that I'm not saying illegal immigration's, not a problem. I'm not saying that. But the way they go about it, what they talk about, how they manufacture it. No wall. There's no wall built, by the way. When's that coming? What was even the point of doing the ICE raids if there's still a hole in the ship? There's no point in dumping out the water when there's still a hole in the ship. You got to plug the hole and then dump out the water. So dumb. F9 was affiliated with the neo-Nazi organization, the National Alliance, and served as an F for the SPLC for more than 20 years. F9's activities included fundraising for the National Alliance. To these people, it doesn't just seem like it's infiltration. It's maybe infiltration of like a larger philosophy, but these groups themselves, it sounds like they're spearheaded by these people, that they're actually pushing them. They're putting them down a trajectory, forcing them down a certain path. It's not just infiltration and, hey, report back, because that I would understand. If they just said, hey, we were paying people to infiltrate the KKK, and they were reporting back everything they heard. All right, that's like undercover investigative journalism. Oh, wow, that's actually interesting. But that's not what they're doing. They're actually coming in there and they're setting up events, and they're the tip of the spear. And they're actually organizing and they're pushing these movements in a direction. In 2014, F9 entered the headquarters of a violent extremist group and stole 25 boxes of their documents. Okay, like something like that makes sense. F9 coordinated payments for the copying of the materials with high-level SPLC employee who had knowledge the documents had been stolen. The original stolen materials were returned to the violent extremist group in a second illegal entry. Thereafter, the high-level SPLC employee utilized the documents in part as the basis for a story. That kind of shit I would expect. Trying to get the scoop. F Unknown was the Imperial Wizard. Was the Imperial Wizard of the United Clans of America. Existential threat. Oh, the Ku Klux Klan is an existential threat. Okay. All 50 members. Wow, that's crazy. Well, we gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. We need to pay somebody to go out there and actually advertise. In an article published on November 22nd, 2013, the SPLC described the group as a, quote, millennial reboot of what was once a serious domestic threat. In its prime, the United Clans of America was responsible for, among other things, the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama, which resulted in the deaths of 4 little girls in 1963. How do we know that shit wasn't manufactured? F-27 was reported as an officer in the National Socialist Movement and the Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club. Wow. Between 2014 and 2020, the SPLC secretly paid F-27 more than $300,000. F-42, the former chairman of the National Alliance. F-30 led the National Socialist Party of America, was the former director of a faction of the Aryan Nations, and a former member of the KKK. The SPLC website contained an extremist file webpage for F-30, from which the SPLC solicited donations. The scammery is just beautiful. Between 2014 and 2016, the SPLC secretly paid F-30 more than $70,000. This overlapped the time period in which F-30 was featured on the SPLC's extremist file webpage. F-43 was the reported national president of American Front and a convicted federal felon for his participation in a cross burning. Between 2016 and 2019, the SPLC secretly paid F-43 more than $19,000. Wow, I'd be so pissed if I was this guy and I was like, dude, you were paying these guys $300,000? Oh, like I was 19? What the fuck, man? They're like, you took it. Hey, whatever. You agreed to it. F. Unknown was a member of the Ku Klux Klan and married to an exalted Cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan. What? We're getting Star Trek over here. As a member of the Ku Klux Klan and married to an exalted Cyclops of the Ku... What the fuck does that even mean? This is all freaking LARPing, bro. This is all LARPing. An exalted Cyclops, sometimes Grand Cyclops, is the leader of a local chapter of the KKK. Dude, this shit's so lame. This is like role-playing. This role involves presiding over meetings, initiating members, and overseeing local activities, holding one of the foundational leadership positions within an organization. Okay. All right. That's interesting. F. Unknown and their spouse were involved in litigation whereby the KKK applied to take part in the Adopt a Highway program. During the course of litigation, known payments were traced from the SPLC to F. Unknown, which exceeds $3,500. In addition to directly paying leaders and others associated with the same violent extremist groups that the SPLC sought donations ostensibly to dismantle, the SPLC also used Fs to indirectly funnel money to other violent extremist group leaders. This included the SPLC funneling more than $160,000 from a fictitious entity to F11, who then sent funds to various violent extremist group leaders, including the former Grand Wizard of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Wow. So we're seeing this pattern, okay? We're seeing this pattern here. It's not just undercover work. It's not just infiltration, but it's also creation, pushing the tip of the spear of events, manufacturing events.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So the Southern Poverty Law Center is raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they called them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain, to do certain things. And so, yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
I just want to make sure I understand.
This is what's tough about this, is that it's tough to gauge when you have stuff like this muddying the waters. Like, I think there are legitimate people who buy into the shit, and there was legitimate people at Unite the Right, clearly. But what I think is happening is that they will infiltrate, they will cause flashpoint events, they will push these organizations to further ends, to make them more extreme. Then the media reports on them to, oh, look how crazy this is. Look how crazy Unite the Right is. They attach the narrative to the political party. The political party then can run on that. And then ultimately, these extremist groups they dismantle, they break down, because a lot of the times when you get so extreme like that, like, what happens is you kind of get too big for your britches, and you become so, it's not like you're unwilling to cooperate, you're unwilling to work with people, you're unwilling to actually live in reality, and you become this like idealized caricature. You only see the world through this lens of an ideal, of the KKK ideal of a all-white Protestant America or something like that. And it's like, okay, that's like literally never been the case. Well, the Protestant part maybe, but even then it's like, dude. So then what happens is you start to push to further extremes to try and further that agenda, that unattainable ideal. And you become kind of mocked, and you become ridiculed, and people start to see that. And what happens is that eventually breaks down the organization. Then what happens, and I think we've been seeing this recently too, is with the MAGA movement in kind of more of the alt-right sphere, is that it might have had organic roots, it might have had organic players in it, but you infiltrate, you push it to an extreme, a place that maybe people didn't really want to go, that became ridiculous, that became over the top, and it explodes. And then what you do is you kind of take off, you siphon off that energy, a new movement in which all those people that fell out, that were apart, that were legitimate followers, all those people eventually become corralled in this new movement, which is maybe adopting certain ideas or certain philosophies that the elite want. And that's what I think is kind of happening with the MAGA, or has already happened with the MAGA movement, but I think the fallout of the MAGA movement, when people have to be careful about this, is that you're seeing all these people, all these talking heads sprout up that are super based and they're saying all the right things. Like Tucker Carlson or whatever. He's just your dad. He's just your dad. He's your local dad. And he's coming out and saying all the right things, but he's very sus. His dad's in the CIA. What's his connection to Peter Thiel? We don't really know. But he's saying a lot of good things and we like it. We like what he's saying. And I think you might even see him on a ticket at some point. I could see Tucker Carlson being on a ticket, or maybe like Joe Kent, right? Joe Kent's making the rounds. He dropped out of the Trump admin because I couldn't stand what was going on in Israel and Iran. It was too much to handle. Now he does the rounds on the circuit, and he's there to corral everybody who fell out of the kind of more based alt-right Trump sphere. He's going to corral all of you around him for a potential presidency in maybe 2028. Maybe now that JD Vance he's on the chopping block and he's basically done. He's associated with the way the MAGA movement is now. He's done. So now we need a new guy who's going to corral all these people to try and keep the momentum, the fervor that was behind the alt-right. He needs to embody that. And I think that's what's happened with this, is that they kind of jump in here and they want to corral and they want to grab all the legitimate members up, suck them up, and have them in their sphere of orbit. Because what you have done, what your group has done, has pushed to the extreme ends of maybe the illegalities, right? You've pushed to the extreme ends of where you're doing illegal criminal things. Like that nut Jake Lang or whatever that guy was, or that who is that guy? The Handsome Truth or whatever, like these crazy neo-Nazi, like satanic, like far right guys. Like that's what they want. They want these guys. I guarantee those guys are paid too. I guarantee those guys are being propped up by the SPLC or somebody adjacent, because they're there to push the boundaries. They're there to take the alt-right and to take it from something sensible. Hey, we just want immigration reform. We just want a wall. We just want a better experience for our kids. We want, these very sensible things that we want, but maybe don't exactly fit with the elite's agenda. Well, okay, we're not going to give you that. That's not going to be a thing. We can't have an actual nationalistic right wing in this country. We can't do that. So we have to infiltrate and blow it up, and then we'll corral you into something else that we want you to be a part of. So we got Gavin McInnes. Gavin's also somebody who's really weird to me, where I'm like, I don't really know where to place him. I don't really know what his deal is. He's been around for a long time. He was somebody who was big in the alt-right sphere back in the 2015-16 days. But he says, holy crap, I remember Jason Kessler demanding me and Proud Boys come to Charlottesville, and I kept refusing again and again. He wouldn't drop it. I remember screaming at him on the phone to fuck off and let it go. Jason Kessler was one of the event organizers of Unite the Right. And what the hell happened to him? Who the hell even is that? I remember hearing about him back in the day, and I'm like, where did this guy come from? Who is this guy? I've never heard of this guy in my life. And then he just, after Unite the Right, he just fell out. He just dipped. He literally was out. So what the hell has he been doing? It wouldn't surprise me if he was the one, hey, I don't know, speculation, it's alleged, I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was the one who was being paid. Jake Lang, yeah, isn't that that guy who's, is it Jake, is it with an E or is it? People who are doing Fed shit. That's what it is. We used to call them Feds. We used to call them, they were unoptical. They would go out and yell racial slurs at people and harass people and get in fights and do all this crazy shit because it's like, you're going to blow up our spot, dude. He was a guy who was out there screaming during the ICE protests. Yeah, and they always take the symbols, right? But he's out there and during the ICE protests yelling slurs at people, pushing down, yeah, doing this shit. Doing this kind of stuff, stirring up bullshit. That's the kind of shit that the SPLC and the feds love to see. They don't want people to actually have, like, you don't want a legitimate philosophical, ideological shift. Nothing that could threaten the current power structure. No, no, no. Nothing that would make people less reliant on the state. Nothing that would make people have or gain any power. We want it to just blow up. We want it to just be a joke and be a shit show, clown show. This is why I do not think doing this kind of shit, going to IRL events like this is a very good idea at all. I think it's marking you for a Flashpoint event like this to where you are, you know, oh, I'm in my car and all the protesters are beating my shit, so I have to drive away and I kill someone. Oh, guess what? You're in jail forever. Sweet. All the while you find out that it wasn't even legit anyways. Unite the Right was being propped up by the SPLC. How does that make you feel?
I'm suspicious of you coming to Proud Boys meetings, saying you're not alt-right, telling me you're not alt-right, and I think you were there to try to recruit guys.
I never said I wasn't alt-right.
You did say exactly that to me on the phone. You told me you're not alt-right.
I have my own opinions, which are neither orthodox for alt-right or alt-light or anything else. I consider myself a pragmatist, but you could call me alt-right in the sense that I am an identitarian because I think that is necessary.
I'm suspicious of you coming to Proud.
So this is him getting into it with Jason Kessler back in 2017. Yeah, what the hell happened to the Proud Boys too? How did that turn out? Didn't Enrique get pinched? Also, wasn't Enrique in the FBI too or something like that? Wasn't he involved with the government in some capacity? Or am I making that up? But that whole thing, that got blown up too after January 6th. January 6th was a honeypot, dude. All these people went to January 6th and they got pinched. So many people went to jail. So many people's movements blew up, exploded because of that one event. It's a way to clamp down on these people. It's a way to clamp down on any real nationalistic movement. And it paves the way for the left wing to just keep on moving forward. And I don't even think the Proud Boys are like that far right. Aren't they like libertarian? But even libertarian, like, and trying to abolish like the Federal Reserve, right? That type of shit. Oh, can't have that either. Can't be fucking with the money supply. Can't be auditing the Fed. Anything challenging the actual power structures in society will be infiltrated and exposed and blown up. Not Kessler. He did a second Charlottesville the next year. Oh, he did. Okay. Oh, the second, the less known sequel. Who was it? Who organized? Oh, it says it was the first one. It says the first Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia on August 11th through the 12th, 2017 was primarily organized by Jason Kessler, a Charlottesville-based white nationalist, blogger, and activist. Richard Spencer, Chris Cantwell, Matthew Heimbach. Yeah, where are all these people now? What are they doing? They just fell out. Jason Kessler is gone. Richard Spencer is now like a Democrat. Chris Cantwell, isn't he in prison? Is he in prison? Matt Heimbach, I think he's like a liberal now too. I think he was married to a Jewish woman and he got so much flack for that. He was arrested in 2025 on felony charges of strangulation and assault. He was recently released from federal prison in December 2022 and was living in a halfway house. AI can be wrong. That's true. I always, but the thing is like, I always thought that he was the one who organized the first one. Yeah, Kessler organized the Unite the Right rally held in Charlottesville on August 12, 2017, and number 2 in 2018. I wonder if some of this, like, I wonder if Trump too was supposed to be this figure. I wonder if Trump was also supposed to be this figure who was supposed to corral people, because this was always the plan, was that he's going to eventually flip over to what it is now. And we needed him to kind of, and he still does this, right? He still placates to the identitarians and the alt-right. He still says things. I mean, he just said, oh, Candace Owens is low IQ, right? Okay, that's a dog whistle. But it's a purposeful dog whistle because, I mean, various reasons. But, like, he's still doing, they're still talking this shit up. They're still trying to corral people and to get people to buy into it and believe in their great white hope. But then we're finding out, oh, this is folly. This person is not our guy. He's not our savior. I don't think that the political sphere is really where our solutions are going to come from. The more and more that I see this stuff, the more I look into the stuff. Unless you are a trillionaire with tons of free cash flow that you can throw around, I think it's largely a waste of time. Kessler was the top organizer, and a Fed infiltration would avoid that chief spot. Nope. Halfway House, not a millionaire. Oh, those names, Spencer, most likely, in my opinion. Yeah, possibly. Which sucks because I actually agree with Spencer. I sometimes see his clips on my feed, and he had one about clavicular that I completely agreed with. I actually think Spencer's a pretty smart dude, so that would suck if that was the case. So now we got Jason Kessler here, who is pushing back on Gavin McInnes's claims that he was paid by the SPLC.
This is Jason Kessler. I am.
Gavin McInnes said, I'm 95% sure Jason Kessler was paid by the SPLC. And he said he's basing that on vibes. So this is his response to that. Let's see what he says.
This is Jason Kessler. I am the owner and operator of Dissident Press, which publishes Charlottesville and the Death of Free Speech. Following the DOJ announcement about the indictment of the SPLC, I have sat through several days of the influencer Gavin McInnes insinuating that I was paid money by the SPLC. Then he went on a program by Dave Riley, a guy who was surreptitiously recording people without their knowledge surrounding Unite the Right, and made the accusation directly. He said, I'm 95% sure that Jason Kessler was paid by the SPLC. He went on to say, I'm basing that purely on vibes. So when you base something that inflammatory on vibes, if it is false, which I assure you it is malicious. Now, I'm just going to explain to you, because I've been through a lot of litigation surrounding Charlottesville. I've dealt with a lot of attorneys. I have some knowledge about how this stuff works. So I'm just going to explain how I would go about suing Gavin McInnes for defamation if I decided to do that. So first of all, I would collect all of these tweets and videos where he's accusing me baselessly, including the one where he says he's doing it based on vibes, which shows that it was malicious. He's very flip about making this very serious accusation to an audience of people who are probably conspiracy theorists and would harass and hound someone that they believe is being paid.
Okay, he said 95%. And listen, asshole, it's one of you three. It's one of you three knuckleheads, so it's not that baseless.
By the SBLC.
He's got a 33% chance of getting it right.
I would go back and I would fact check all of his other statements in this interview because they're all provably false and would help to construct that this guy is a serial fabulist, a pathological liar. In that same interview, Gavin McInnes portrayed me completely falsely. He said, for instance, that I was trying over and over again to get him to go to the Unite the Right rally and that he didn't want to go. And I called him hundreds of times. There's a provable factual statement or a provably false statement in this case. He said he was on the beach with his kids when he finally had enough and he screamed, "I'm not going to your stupid rally." In fact, Gavin McInnes was one of the first people who ever knew about the idea of Unite the Right. He was in a Facebook chat, a leadership discussion with myself, Mike Enoch, Painovich, and a few other people. We discussed doing this rally. Ultimately, Gavin said, "Hey guys, I don't think that I can go to this," and that was the end of it. So it was a very quiet, non-confrontational thing, and it was over with. So that's going to show how that really happened. Then you go to his statement that I called him hundreds of times, which is sort of the thesis behind his vibes-based accusation, is that he thinks because I was calling him so
Sounds
many
like
times
Elijah.
that this was why I was suspect. I would subpoena his phone records and it would show how many times did he call you? Was it hundreds? I guarantee you it wasn't hundreds of times. Could that be triangulated with when you were at the beach or whatever? I can't speak to that honestly, but I can speak to, I did not call him hundreds of times. We did not have some argument where he yelled at me or whatever.
Cope sip.
And finally, of course, hey, maybe this would work out for me because I suspect we could probably bring in some kind of evidence from that ongoing DOJ case, which would show that I am not the informant because I'm not. And, maybe Alex Jones lost InfoWars because of his false statements about people in a highly charged public event. Gavin, maybe Jason Kessler is going to be hosting the Gavin McInnes show.
Okay, bro. Kessler always seemed broke. I don't believe he got a big Fed payout. He was also the only one who went to the second, which a Fed would avoid because of Heather Heyer's death at the first one. Ooh, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. It's tough. It's all speculation. We don't really know. Richard Spencer's an interesting one to look at. But also Chris Cantwell and Matt Heimbach. Those are two people who also just fell out of the limelight. I feel like if Richard Spencer was a Fed, he would have fell out of the limelight. But maybe, he still might be a Fed. I don't really know. But I mean, regarding this, I feel like he would have, you would just want to get away from it. But maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea. I don't know who it could be. Maybe I'm just saying that because sometimes I like Richard Spencer's takes. Sometimes I like his takes. But I could see him. I could see any of them. Cantwell was also totally broke. But wouldn't that also play into a desperation factor? If you're really broke, wouldn't you be willing to take the money? Heimbach is probably the most likely one, wasn't he? Oh, What's he up to? Didn't he like become a communist or something? He's a chairman of the Traditional Workers Party. It's 'cause, yeah. Okay. In 2017, in response to his racist beliefs and violent actions, Heimbach was excommunicated from the Eastern Orthodox Church. Bro. That's an L. Chalk it up. Heimbach L. In 2014, Heimbach was photographed at Slutwalk protests brandishing an Orthodox cross as a weapon against anti-racist protesters. Heimbach was formally received into the Antiochian Orthodox Christian Archdiocese. Following online circulation of the photos, Heimbach was excommunicated from the church several weeks later. Oh my gosh. L turnaround. As of April 2020, Heimbach published an open letter saying he was pulling back from the white nationalist movement. He has since clarified that his beliefs have not moderated and has launched a website to fundraise for white nationalist and National Socialist prisoners. In 2021, Heimbach announced his intention to reform the Traditionalist Workers' Party. As of 2023, he's a member of a group known as the Patriotic Socialist Front. Bro, how many of these fucking groups are we going to do? Heimbach and the Patriotic Socialist Front. I mean, how many combinations of patriotic, socialist, workers, nationalists, Americanist, like how many of these fucking combinations can we do? Appeared during the Rage Against the Machine rally with a Soviet flag. That's interesting. The group aligns itself with national Bolshevik movements. Okay. In 2017, Heimbach pleaded guilty to second-degree disorderly conduct. He received a suspended prison sentence, a fine, and order to attend anger management classes. In 2018, Heimbach was sentenced to 38 days in Louisville jail for violating terms of probation. Okay. Fucking meathead. The crying Nazi. Bro, getting the moniker the crying Nazi. Oh no. Not that. Anything but that. What's he? 2021, Cantwell and others were found liable in civil conspiracy and racially motivated harassment or violence in Sines v. Kessler. Well, what's he doing now? Some of these I feel bad for people because they just get caught up in this bullshit. Not him necessarily, I don't know, but just like some people who have ever got pinched or anything, like you just get whipped up into it, especially when you're young, and it's just like, man, that sucks. I'm not a lawyer, but I know you need to show damages. Cantwell says it was Kurt Vandal or Eli Mosley. Oh, yes, Eli Mosley. I think I saw somebody mention that too. How do you spell that? Oh, former leader of Identity Evropa. That is Patrick Casey's group. And Patrick Casey was leaking a lot of this stuff that when the SPLC, this shit broke, he was pushing a lot of it. He was a prominent organizer in the alt-right movement. He's also a key figure behind the Unite the Right rally. Oh. That's one. That one smells. That one might be it. I could see Patrick Casey being an informant because what is he doing now? He's now shilling for the current MAGA administration. That's like all I see him posting about is how based it is, all the shit that's going on. And he was somebody who just floated around. He never did shit. He started his own movement, then he was a groiper, then he fell out with that, then he would. Now he's doing his own thing, restoring order. He's still got his podcast, posting a lot about the SPLC. And he's posted, I care more about the fate of white Americans in America overall. Also, didn't capitalize W in white? Bro, are you even one of us, bro? Bro, are you even real? Do you even alt-right, bro? He cares more about the fate of white Americans than I do Palestinians. For that, the retard right labels me Israel first. Retard right. He's using that label. That's a label that's being thrown around to shit on the groipers. Nick Land uses that term, retard right. Whoa, I think we're breaking it right now, boys. I think that identity Evropa. I think that is something to look at. Important to remember that the retard right isn't just criticized. That's like the new thing is that they're calling it. It's not the woke right anymore, right? James Lindsay's woke right fell flat on its face. And everybody thinks that James Lindsay's a fat retard. It's now the retard right. It isn't just criticizing Israel. That's fair game, as is criticism of any other country. These people shill for Venezuela, China, Iran, and Russia. They demand you put anti-Zionism before immigration restriction. They cry over Islamophobia. But we're not getting neither of those, dude. You're not getting any immigration restriction. You're not getting no fucking wall. And we get mass Zionism. We get hyper Zionism. We get Zio-fascism. Oh. They cry over Islamophobia. They misrepresent Trump's track record, denying his successes and exaggerating or even fabricating his failures. And they call for delusional alliances with anti-white leftists who hate Israel. You don't have to be a hardline Zionist to recognize that the retard right is at best a dead end and at worst a malevolent force hostile to America. Yo, dude, this might be it, man. This guy might be the spookiest spook of them all. Where's the physical border wall? Right, where is the wall? I was promised it 6,000 years ago. It's being built, he says, but the border is extremely secure, so that's a dumb thing to whine about. Okay, for another 2 years, and then you're going to have every terrorist and every Yahoo who's waiting at the border right now flying through. No physical border wall and border enforcement vanishes with the stroke of a pen. It is not unreasonable or dumb thing to inquire about. Even with the wall, if Dems want to let in illegals, they will. Dude, that's the cope. We don't really need the wall we were promised a decade ago because of dummy-crats. I told you that it's being built, but you appear to be illiterate. It should have been built in 2016, bro. People, dude, this stuff, man. Oh my gosh. And by retard right, you're referring to Green? Who's Green? Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Joe Kent? Tucker Carlson and Owens? Correct. It's interesting that they don't put Fuentes in here, but I'm almost certain that Patrick would probably put him in there, right? Or maybe not, because Nick has made a strong effort to distance himself from these people. You're all over the place. Zionism is not an obligation for any Christian. Absolutely. You can't be a paleo-conservative and be caring this much about people's opinions about foreign nations. Name these supposed retard right. Let's dissect your claims. The people calling Carlson retard right all thought he was great until he started questioning our relationship with Israel. So true. And I think he's playing a part. Because you know what the thing is, I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with shilling for Islam either. So what were they put me in this? I don't know. I just want to be my own independent thing. I think if that's what Nick's trying to do, that's the move. That's the move. Just do your own independent thing. Don't buddy you up with any of these people. Gavin doesn't know shit except that he got a bunch of calls from Kessler trying to organize a rally. The guys who were actually there and involved know better who. People like Kessler, Cantwell, and Heimbach all end up in lawsuits, jail, and broke. People like Casey seem to have money and stable lives one would expect of a Fed. Absolutely. And what the hell does he do? That's one of the things. It's like, I've never seen this guy do anything generative. He doesn't have a show. I mean, he has this restoring order thing, but like, who the fuck watches that? He's just like chilling. He's just... Let's see this.
What should the dividing line be in American right-wing politics?
Guys, have we found another grift? Have we found another character for the Rogues Gallery? Patrick Casey? We'll have a Patrick Casey segment.
What should the dividing line be in American right-wing politics?
Yes, please tell us.
Wire commentator Matt Walsh, the dividing line should be those who believe in protecting and preserving marriage, the family, and unborn life, versus those indifferent or opposed. Walsh argues that you can't be conservative in any meaningful sense if you don't want to conserve the bedrock of civilization itself. Now, I agree with Matt Walsh that social conservatism is important, but he isn't just claiming that these are important issues. Matt Walsh is proposing that these are the dividing line on the right. In other words, Matt Walsh is saying that were conservatives forced to choose one set of issues to focus on at the exclusion of all others, it would be these issues. I disagree with that, and here's why. While social conservatism is important, at the end of the day, issues like mass immigration, anti-white racism, and crushing the left are far more important for the future of America. If mass third world immigration continues, it doesn't matter how trad our values are.
Let's all put a pin on this statement. Let's all put a pin on this and come back here in about 5-6 years and see what changed actually, bro. Let's all remember this. I should save this. And then when a Democrat's in office, we're going to see tens of millions of people flooding across the border. We're going to go, this might have been a little harder if there was a physical barrier there, bud.
America's doomed. There are plenty of third world countries that don't really like gay people and practice traditional monogamous marriage, and they're not exactly doing anything significant. Look at it this way. Would you rather live...
This is stupid too, man, because it's like people in America are hollow. People in America are having a crisis of meaning and they're killing themselves, you idiot. I don't care if I can go and get the next fucking video game, okay? I don't care if I'm going to download the DLC for fucking World of Warcraft, man. That's one of the things that's so fucking annoying to me is when people put it this way. They're like, don't you like all the crap that America has? And you're like, it's nice to a point, but it's like, dog, I think I would rather live in a poor nation that actually had families, actually had meaning, actually had community, than a really, really rich one that was atomized, that was totally soulless, that had no meaning. Like, good Lord, man.
Live in Iceland, which is relatively liberal but overwhelmingly white European? Or would you rather live in the Congo, which is fairly trad by Western standards, but is entirely black and dysfunctional? And which of those two countries is contributing more to civilization? And even if we agree that neither of those two models is ideal, which of those countries requires way more work to get to that ideal? Now, some of you might be tempted to say, Patrick, these issues aren't mutually exclusive. And that's true, but only to a limited extent. The reason why is because political capital is finite. Any political coalition, any presidential administration, any congressional majority only has the ability to enact a certain amount of laws. There's only so much that you can do, especially when it comes to policies that aren't particularly popular. Policies like banning abortion or gay marriage
this shit
at the
is so
federal level
stupid.
are not actually that
Do
popular.
not listen to
So
this
at the end of the
fucking
day,
guy.
You do actually have to choose what you focus on. Now, I'm not calling on anyone to abandon.
We're not focusing on anything, dude. We are focusing on Israel. We are focusing on running cover for freaking Epstein, you idiot. Dude, this is so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, man. Patrick Casey. I don't know. I don't know if he's the SPLC informant. I have no idea. I'm not going to make that claim with any certainty, but geez Louise.
We just have to be honest about the issues that have the greatest impact on our civilization. Now, I don't support gay marriage or abortion, but the idea that these things are more destructive to America than mass third world immigration, than institutional leftism, anti-white discrimination, it's just completely ridiculous.
Hang on a second. What did he say? Just a fun anecdote is what was the countries? What is the suicide rate for whatever the country is? I'm not saying that there isn't a problem with the Congo, wherever the fuck he's talking about.
Which is fairly trad. America's put it this way: would you rather live in Iceland, which is relatively liberal but overwhelmingly white European, or would you rather live in the Congo, which?
Oh, he said. I was looking at America's suicide rates are much higher than the Congo, by the way, which is interesting. There's probably more violence in the Congo, I would assume, but still, it's like, dude, there's still fucking problems here. There's still big problems because we're having a lack of meaning from tradition and community. But that's always like we have a lot of shit, we're rich, but that only gets you so far. Which is, I think, kind of what he's talking about here, right? He's talking about raw output, economic output versus traditional beliefs. Where's the dividing line? I'm not the retard, right? I'm the retard center, right? Please, sweetheart. Casey was at Charlottesville too. Yeah, I think he was. We should look up Patrick Casey. There he is. The white supremacist slogan, "You will not replace us," originated from this group. King of Sheba. I think we're onto something here. In March 2018, it was reported that the group was seeing steep declines in membership. The collapse was similarly seen in all other alt-right groups and was attributed to a widespread public backlash against white supremacist organizations that occurred after the 2017 Unite the Right rally. Blah, blah, blah. So they don't even have a Wikipedia on him. It just pushes you to Identity Evropa. Running cover. If Fuentes is moving to Italy, I should look into that. He must have done his research. Casey is so smarmy, I could never stand him. Yeah, he was a piece of shit. Anyways, all right, we're getting off on it. Honestly, we might just let's go see. Okay, we'll see what Alex Jones has to say here.
I've said this thousands of times. I want to be a cheerleader for Kash Patel. I want to be a cheerleader for Todd Blanche. I want to believe in Trump. I want to see the deep state indicted. And I've been on there 32 years, and my wheelhouse has been the Southern Poverty Law Center and ADL, running the KKK, the Aryan Nations, all of them. It's come out. They got caught in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s doing it. It is well documented. Randy Weaver wouldn't work for him, and so they killed his wife and everything. Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, 11 indictments today. So I'm going to call balls and strikes. People say, wait, you're mad at them. You say they're bad. Well, yeah, because I've seen a bunch of past bad behavior. I call balls and strikes. I just saw this news, went and read all the articles of the indictment.
He does give umpire energy for sure.
Freaking political orgasm. Yes. Yes, more, please. Because the needle's been going towards bad with Trump. This kind of moved it back some. Please, more. You talk about going after deep state. The Southern Poverty Law Center has like $1 billion in the Bahamas. They're run by like NATO intelligence. And you saw Charlottesville and all that crap they ran. That was them. I mean, this is amazing. This is amazing. Let me tell you something. I mean, you want to strike at the heart of the globalist deep state and the left controlling the different radical groups on the left and right. I mean, this is it. I am beside myself with excitement right now, and I just want to see more of this. God, can I just see some more good news? Can I see the Clintons indicted? Can I see the Crossfire Hurricane people indicted? Can I just see that? Please, please. I mean,
before I die, please.
I want Trump to succeed. I wanted the Iran war to succeed. I said, you know, when it started March 1st, I said, I don't think it's going to work, but God, if it did, great. Not for the mullahs. So right when I'm done, something like this happens. My face not restored, but it kind of moved the needle back a little bit. So, wow. Because, I mean, it's like cut and dry. The Southern Poverty Law Center, I interviewed the lawyers, everybody involved, the witnesses, everybody, the Oklahoma City bombing, the survivors, the cops, the FBI, all of them, the former head of the FBI crime lab. I've interviewed them all. I cut my teeth on this. I was been on there about a year when Oklahoma City happened. The Democratic Party, Eric Holder, all of them, they bombed that building. And the Southern Poverty Law Center ran Elohim City, the white supremacist compound, and did the whole deal and set up McVeigh, who was a patsy because he refused to bomb a daycare center, so they set him up. I mean, that was Southern Poverty Law Center. They infiltrated our offices a few years ago, their operatives. Jacked into our security cameras, everything. Didn't catch us anything. There was nothing going on, but they still put it out. I mean, you want to strike at the deep state leftist New World Order, this is it. So I am just beside myself with how huge this is. The Southern Poverty Law Center ran the Oklahoma City bombing, folks. It's the heart of the globalist, heart of the Democratic Party. This is amazing. More. Please let the nightmare end. Please let Trump get back on track. Please. I am impressed. My face not restored, but I'm starting to pay attention. What do you think? Comments below.
I agree. We can call balls and strikes. We can say this is a good thing. This is awesome. I think this being leaked, and this is all that they know of, right? This is all that they were able to indict them on. There could be way more that people. This is just scratching the surface. Hopefully, maybe more will come out in the future. But I agree. We can call it and say this was a good thing. We don't have to be all negative, doom and gloom all the time. But yeah, I'm still. I don't even really think it's moving the needle for me. But this was good. McVeigh was a patsy. I never heard this. Yeah, he was caught up in some weird Christian identity movement. Yeah, Elohim City or something like that. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I did hear that he was involved in some weird far-right extremist group. And I don't know. Again, he says he was a patsy. I'm not 100% sure if he did it or they just blamed it on him. I don't really know, but I have heard things here and there about it. Look into it. Why don't you look into it, King of Sheba? Do some research. Get back to me. The investigation is a cover-up as usual. We can't comment on an ongoing investigation. All evidence will be vacuumed up and put behind the wall of an investigation. As usual, this is how it works. I predict that nothing will come of this. I hope I'm wrong. Alex Jones says you're probably right. Oh, always with the black pilling. Oh, yeah, it's just so funny. Kash Patel and like, what the hell? He's done dick. And then he's just like, throw this out there. Okay. Thank you, I guess. Okay, now we got Matt Walsh here. Let's see what he has to say, as we just saw with Patrick Casey shitting on him. And Matt Walsh is whatever, but let's see what he has to say.
Now, it's the kind of strategy that's effective because unless you're extremely familiar with how depraved left-wing activists are, it would never occur to you that they're doing any of this. But they feel a need to do it because otherwise there would be no right-wing hate groups. If the SPLC did not fund them, they would not exist.
Or they would be so minuscule. They would be so minuscule that they would never make any headline ever because it'd be like 50 old guys at a bar somewhere. And you'd be like, you're not doing shit. So they have to hype it up. They have to get the momentum going. They have to inject it with energy.
Power, and the SPLC would run out of money. Now, it's the same reason that your antivirus software bugs you all the time. If your antivirus software told you the truth, which is that you really don't need to pay for antivirus software anymore, then obviously nobody would subscribe. So instead, they pester you with fake threats and scare tactics. And it's kind of the same principle, except in the case of the SPLC, they were having a substantial effect on American politics. Now, the more you read this indictment, the more you realize how shameless it was. According to the DOJ, the SPLC was paying the same Klan members that it was complaining about by name on its website. So I got to say, as an aside, I'm starting to get a little frustrated because, again, I was also listed on their website of extremists. They put me on the list. They had my photo up and everything, and I was on their hate map as somebody who absolutely must be stopped. And yet, for all of this, I wasn't paid a single cent at any point. I served as general hate without any compensation whatsoever. Meanwhile, the KKK wizards were just like raking it in. Now, of course, all kidding aside, SPLC was not offering money to genuine conservatives who are effective at advancing conservatism. The idea was to fund and prop up the alleged right-wingers who were useful to SPLC and the left. And I suspect that soon, whether through this investigation or those to come, we're gonna find out that there are a fair number of alleged conservative figures, the most embarrassing and ridiculous ones, who've been getting paid by the forces they pretend to oppose. You know, there's a symbiotic relationship between left-wing activist groups and the supposedly right-wing grifters. And this relationship has always been obvious. Now we're learning about its financial dimensions.
Not obvious to everybody, though, clearly. Oh, man. Some of this is like,
that's the kind of strategy.
You know, it's manufacturing the dialectic, right? You have a left wing, and again, there's legitimate people who believe in the left wing cause and the Marxist cause and the woke cause, right? But then you have to know if you posit that as kind of the mainstream boilerplate political take, if that's what all your institutions are going to be pushing, you have to know that there's going to be a reaction to that. And if you can game that out, you can then create the reaction. You can create what the other side might be and might say. Because you have to just know there's going to be two sides. If there's Coke, there's going to be Pepsi. There's going to be competition. There's going to be somebody who's going to say, I don't actually agree with transing my kids. I don't actually agree with the stabbies, right? I don't actually agree with whatever's going on here. And so you have to know there's going to be an equal reaction to that. Well, if I can manufacture what that reaction is, and I can make them look foolish or whatever it might be, or just corral them into a movement that's actually progressing what the deep state wants. If I can do that, well, we're going to do it. And that's why I feel like people, man, they see that that's the game plan. Is the woke shit for so long was the game plan, and it was so obvious. It was so obvious. Why are we seeing trans people in every commercial? Why are we seeing black people in every? Why are we seeing illegal immigrants? Why is that all the nonstop, virtue signaling from the elite? And it was so, the Colin Kaepernick's, right? It was so pervasive and it was all in our face. And they wanted us to see it. It's not going to be just kept in the political domain. No, that doesn't help us. We need to bring it to your entertainment. We need to bring it to your sports. We want you to make a choice. We want you to say, do you agree or disagree with this? Well, I agree with it. Okay, you're on our team. You're on the manufactured left-wing team. Well, I disagree with it. Okay, here's the manufactured right-wing team. Here you go. And so much of this, I just look back on and I go, man, that felt really weird. Or now that I think about something, maybe that wasn't organic. Maybe that wasn't an organic reaction. Maybe that was a reaction that was sold to me. Okay, here's your outlet. Here's your guy. Here's our guy that we're selling to you. Do you buy in? We're selling it. Isn't that good? Isn't that what you want? Don't you want the opposite of that thing, right? It's like it's psychological, right? It's like the market manipulation. That's what it is. It's like they've been doing this shit for years. It's like when you go to the store and you see all these different brands, but they're all owned by like a handful of corporations. It's like, oh, this isn't a wholly different brand. It's by the same company. I'm buying it as the alternative, but the alternative is still the same thing, right? It's kind of like this. It's a similar situation. All these like political groups are actually ran by the same NGOs, think tanks, and organizations. While you think you're getting something else, you're actually not.
Conservatives are dumb and they come to the wrong conclusion, and they come to a very self-serving conclusion, which is that anyone who isn't, Daily Wire or Matt Walsh or what have you, anyone who isn't in a movement conservative is somehow a puppet, and the people pulling the strings are graduates of Yale University, the military industrial complex, or the SPLC, the deep state, etc. And it's all fake and a sham. The fact is, this indictment does not even suggest that. And it's just a very self-serving thing for conservatives to now say, oh, I knew it was a hoax or something. Charlottesville, again, it's a complicated matter. Charlottesville was not a hoax.
I want to see more of that. Is there more of that clip?
Conservative.
No, and that's the thing too, is that like it's funny because it's ironic is really what it is, because he's in one breath saying that these people are simpletons who are saying everybody's paid. I'm not even saying that. I think there was a lot of legitimate people who went to Charlottesville. I think a lot of these people are probably legit. But you don't need, in order to foment a movement or a group or a situation or an event, you don't need that many people. You just need one or two bad apples in that group. And they can direct how the movement goes. So you can say that, okay, there was a lot of legitimate people in this group, and I agree with that. But there was also people who are, specifically with Unite the Right, they're alleging that whoever was the paid informant actually orchestrated Unite the Right. So while the people going there might have been legit, the event itself was not. The event itself was astroturfed. But everybody flocks to it like moths to a flame. And there might have been some legitimate grievances. Again, there might have been some people there who didn't agree with the far right-wing Nazi KKK people. Like there absolutely were. There were some people who just opposed the left or opposed tearing down statues of American history. No, yeah, of course. That's totally, I think there's legitimacy in that. But I think that there are further extremist agitators who are going to try and direct the traffic of people. All right, give me one quick second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I heard something and I was like, oh shit, is my apartment being broken into midstream? But no, I think we're good. Anyways, I kind of lost my train of thought there because I was like, what the hell? But yeah, so basically what happens then is that these people direct the movement of legitimate and non-legitimate actors. They direct the whole movement because they have a coordinated plan on where they want to take this thing. They cause events like Unite the Right, and then it's a flashpoint event that turns into a propaganda campaign for 10 plus years for the opposition. Because they can't manufacture these things on their own. These things don't just happen, right? The KKK is irrelevant. They've been irrelevant for years. These neo-Nazi groups, they do not have large swaths of people. But if you can corral people into kind of a larger, broader movement, uniting the right, that's people from libertarian, which is basically like a left-wing political faction, all the way to neo-Nazi, and you can corral them all into one group under the banner of Trump and Trumpism and the MAGA movement. Then you can put these extreme members in there, spatter them around, and direct the group as a whole to something like that, to a Heather Heyer situation. There's a whole document. The CIA has a whole document on how to start a riot. We went over that a few months ago, or at least parts of it, on how you can do this, and this is how you do it. You don't pay for a whole group. You don't pay for a whole organization. You pay for a handful of agitators to then sway the masses. Because when you're out there and you're marching, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're usually following the lead of people and what they're doing. And if you can get them to lead the group to further and further ends, then you can create a flashpoint event. Cantwell claims in his telegram that Kurt Vandal and Eli Mosley organized his transportation for Charlottesville, which dropped everyone off in the wrong spot to walk the Antifa gauntlet. Yes, okay, interesting. As well as that Kessler felt like they hijacked the event at the time. That sounds like Fed behavior to me, not the chief organizer, but messing stuff up and redirecting from underneath. Interesting. But anyways, it's kind of ironic. It is kind of ironic, though, that Richard says that conservatives are so stupid. Yeah, there probably are people out there who are saying that it's all fake and it's all a sham. But that in of itself is missing the nuance of the people like me who are saying, no, it's a little more complicated than that. It's not just everything's fake. There's no right wing. There's no legitimacy to any of these groups. No, there are. But there are other infiltrators who are pushing us further and further to a messy conclusion. And those people, as we've seen, are being paid. Richard disagrees because he was paid by the ADL, right? It is true that they did not astroturf the far right, but they did try to use controlled opposition agents to influence it. That's the big story. And anyone in a prominent position that worked with or alongside these subversive agents should be outing them and reflecting on their behaviors so that we can root them out again in the future. All this defensiveness and deflecting from the people who were surely in contact with these informants is extremely sus. That's true, yeah. The indictment includes details on at least 9 unnamed informants who were paid by the SPLC through a secret program the prosecutors say began in the 1980s. Within the SPLC, they were known as field sources or the Fs, according to the indictment, yeah. And these types of movements, if you can rally up enough hype and enough cachet, cultural cachet, they will attract a larger amount of people. And in some sense, they are fake because the route they took, the direction they took is being guided by people who are being paid by organizations like the SPLC. So it might start off by people who are just nominally conservative, who just want low taxes. They just want to be left alone and they just want to have their family. And then that attracts people. But then these external elements come in, they start pushing it even further right, more further right. Maybe you're an identitarian now. Maybe now you're going even further where you're saying, oh, we don't even need the Christian morality or anything. We're shirking all this. We're saying we need fascism. And then these kind of groups grow and grow and grow. And that transformation of that group that grew on its own from a legitimate seed into what it is now, unbeknownst to the group members, or they're not understanding or realizing it. Now it's a legitimate group with that identity. Does that make sense? Am I making sense here? Maybe I can go to... Like, you can have a group, and this is... You can have a group that's just like normal, like nominally normal, middle of the road. That's just like normie, like libertarian, right, like conservatism, Christian conservatism. And that group can grow and get to a substantial number. So it could be starting legit. And then you start to put in some actors, a handful. So all the black dots are legit, but the red dots are not legit. They're being paid. These people start to dictate the policy of the whole group. They somehow, again, people should realize this, but crowds are kind of dumb. They somehow start to direct the group into another area that is continuously growing, by the way. And it becomes bigger. It blossoms into something grander with that identity still attached to it, with that altered identity attached to it. So in some sense, now this is astroturfed and bullshit. It didn't start out that way. It wasn't that way, but it grew and was directed and guided to being this. And so in some sense, then people are looking at this like, wow, that's a legitimate political party and a political force. And Richard Spencer wants to say, you guys are dumb but like, in some sense, this is fake. In some sense, this is fake. The character and the identity of the movement has been transformed over a period of time by a handful of paid actors. And it has blossomed into this monstrosity that it was not originally intended for. And it was not the original destination of where that was going to go. I think the same thing happened with the, what was the Wall Street movement? What was it called? Occupy Wall Street. And I think the same thing happened with Occupy Wall Street, where that kind of just turned into a shithole. That turned into shambles, but I think there was some legitimate pressures that originated from that, but it turned... Ron Paul's movement in general just kind of crashed and burned. I think the Tea Party crashed and burned as well. It got absorbed into the MAGA movement. And so much of this is trying to corral and absorb the leftovers of this into something legitimate, into something good that the elite want. The fallout. We want the fallout of this group, of this disaster, because, a lot of these people they're going to be going by the wayside. But there's going to be a lot left over that you're going to want to corral into something else. I don't know. I hope that makes sense. That's kind of how I see it. They literally made a movie about this in 2016, Imperium with Daniel Radcliffe. Yeah, I've seen that. Not the movie, but I've seen the clips of it. I know what you're talking about. And now we got Mark Andreessen here, the man himself of Andreessen Horowitz, venture capital firm who has provided money for many different tech companies. He's now trying to jump in and claim the thing that Richard Spencer said that conservatives at large were claiming. He's saying, we now know white nationalism is astroturfed. We now know AI doomerism is astroturfed. What else? When was AI doomerism astroturfed? Did I miss that? Is that even true? He's just asserting that as though it's the case. And he's trying to conflate these two things. That this is what's happening, which not necessarily is what's happening, as Richard says. It's a little more complicated than that. It's all astroturf. All far right is astroturf. No, not necessarily. But then he's trying to conflate it with AI doomerism being astroturfed. What? Who said that? When did that happen? Reframe what just happened at your own peril. The correct take is that those who tried to frame white advocacy as some Hollywood-level freak show were astroturfed. White racial consciousness and solidarity will continue to rise in the multicultural, multiracial hell that is the modern West. Whenever a country undergoes rapid forced demographic change, the people whose home it used to be naturally start to realize they're losing their position and begin to group together for protection. Yes, but they would love to try and corral that energy, which is, I think, what the MAGA movement is. White people are waking up to the fact you can't just stop by mocking it. As long as the current system continues to silence people who built it, that sense of unity and shared identity is going to keep growing. I don't know, but this is just weird. I've never heard anybody. What is the claim that AI doomerism is astroturfed? But he's just trying to conflate both these things, and it's like, okay, dude. I wonder if you have any stake in AI doomerism being astroturfed, Mr. Tech venture capitalist. SPLC backers include George Soros, JP Morgan, George Clooney, and OpenAI. Yeah, we kind of went over that already. George Clooney donated after the Heather Heyer incident. Same with JP Morgan. Oh, and Elon Musk comes in here. Dude, some of this is just like, and then I start to think about that too. And it's like, yeah, the SPLC shit, I think, is largely, a lot of it is astroturfing of extremist movements, but also at the same time, the releasing of these documents is also something where I go, why are we releasing this at this time right now? Like, it's also 10 years after the fact, after they utilized the Unite the Right rally and the propaganda that ensued, after they already used that out the ass. Now they're like, okay, you know what? You can release that information, but we're not going to tell you who it was. We're just going to say it happened. So we'll throw you guys a bone. Like, some of that I also think about. Some of just the racial shit in general, like, people need to just be careful about it. Again, I'm not saying there isn't a legitimate problem or a legitimate grievance again, but the similar situation where they look at this and they go, the SPLC, oh, look, it's all black people, so of course they would have a racial grievance against white supremacists, and they just do the bidding of certain people in the SPLC, George Soros-esque people. I feel sometimes the same thing is happening with white people in this country as well. Sometimes, where people get too caught up in this, they get too clearly, as we've seen, is that people get too caught up in the racial shit, the racial divide. That is manufactured as well, by the way. The divide and the flooding of immigrants is all manufactured. We all know that, right? We all know that. So then you get people who, with like a carrot in front of them, run off a cliff based on a manufactured understanding of how they should feel about it. Just like blacks do. We've seen this, just like other minority groups do. Everything is racist. Everything is racist all the time. Oh my gosh. And then they just do the bidding of the Democratic Party because you better not go to them because they're racist. Remember, guys? Same thing. I feel like similar things are manufactured on the right. Is like, you better not vote for the opposition. You better not go because they hate you, right? Remember? And you're like, meanwhile, wait, what? Then the surveillance state's being constructed, right? What's going on in the background? What's going on with Israel and Iran again? What's going on with the Epstein file? Like, there's like, I feel like it's just, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough because they're not, the border and the border crossings and legals are not, it's not a non-issue. I'm not saying it's not an issue, but the kind of emphasis and the tactics being employed are just kind of like, I don't know, man. People just got to be wary of that stuff. All right. That's it. That's it for the SPLC. Now we're going to move on and watch this video, Ewu body cam, and this will take us up to the end of the night. I'm done after this. I'm getting tapped. we've had an interesting stream so far. My light went out. I thought somebody was breaking in. It's been a wild ride, and I'm getting tired. So let's check this out. This is Mom Realizes FBI Follows Her Son's Instagram. Let's check it out.
Are you familiar with the username?
Oh, no. No.
Are you familiar with the username Incel Revolution soon?
Yeah.
And have you talked about how all women
Never
need to
admit
be
it.
masculine?
No. What?
Total Jewish bring it forth now. Kill them all, lefties.
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter.
A white male. Oh, a white male.
You
He's
come-
so scary.
you-
What the is wrong
you
with you
come up
people?
with one We're that's- FBI,
Nobody
they can
could have
see
reported
anything.
that.
Look-
Yeah, because they're terrorists that
Watch
have
your
access
mouth.
and
Look
spy on
at-
people with the Patriot Act.
Okay. You need to watch yourself.
I don't care. I
what
can
you-
say all of this. This is free speech.
When an Instagram user calling himself Incel Revolution Soon shares a series of posts that draw the attention of the FBI, they trace the account to a home in Edgewater, Florida. There, a special agent clashes with the poster, who believes he's done nothing wrong.
Putting on the internet, you go to jail for that nowadays?
Yeah, if you're inciting mass murder of particular individuals, absolutely.
The following is based on official police
Dude.
records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that any person charged with a crime is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On October 18th, 2025, the FBI received a tip about an Instagram user posting what they describe as RMVE, or racially, ethnically motivated, and violent extremist ideologies.
That's a new
Their
one.
investigation identified the user as 19-year-old Luke Nevcherlane. 6 days after receiving the tip, a special agent with the FBI arrives on his front porch, accompanied by officers with the Edgewater Police Department.
How you doing, dear?
Hi, how you doing?
So, Agent will explain everything to you.
Oh gosh. Special Agent Father with the FBI. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Sorry,
meet you.
I didn't-
Yeah, what is this about?
Is this Lucas?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm glad that you're here as well. So
Is he saying something online? Is that, oh.
Really? You're looking at what I'm saying online?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Are you kidding me?
What do you think?
What is he
Why
saying?
is he surprised by that? He literally said that in the intro where he said, "Oh yeah, they're spying on us with the Patriot Act." Yeah, dude, they are. I thought we all knew that. I thought we're not going to just say anything and everything on the internet.
Why don't you tell us what have you been saying?
Nothing. Instagram account, I get banned on there.
What's your Instagram handle?
Why would I need to tell you that, brother?
Why would I need to tell you that? Why do I need to tell you that?
Answer that question.
If the FBI is at your house asking you a question, it's for a reason.
Board-certified criminal defense lawyer Bruce Rivers reviewed this case and shared his perspective.
Let's
Please
see.
note that
Bruce
all legal
Rivers.
opinions expressed are solely Bruce's and not reflective of Iwu.
He does not have to say anything to these.
No, he does not. Why
can
is he
say,
talking?
I refuse to answer any and all
I
questions.
plead the fifth.
Now, they don't have to Mirandize him here because he's not in custody.
Sure, it's for a reason, but I mean, what the is this?
Luke, come on. What am
I
watch
saying
your mouth.
online?
Not
I've
the
done nothing
smartest.
I don't know, but
incriminating.
don't be disrespectful.
I've not been a criminal.
What did he say something?
We'll talk about that.
Act like I'm a terrorist.
But why would you say that?
Why are you here then?
Well, we don't talk to only terrorists. We talk to a lot of people.
Oh my goodness.
So why would you say
He has never been in trouble for doing anything, but what are you writing, Luke? What are you saying?
Not saying anything.
So I'm concerned that you said terrorist because that's a big word, and that why would you think we were here to talk to you about?
It's a big no-no word.
He said, I'm not a terrorist.
Right, but that's a big word that most people don't just throw out there.
Luke doesn't answer the question, but the agent will soon explain her concerns.
So first and foremost, for safety, are there any guns in the home?
Yes.
There's one.
Okay, what type of gun is it?
Glock 43, shotgun, AK. My dad also.
Yeah, his dad has guns.
Are any registered to Lucas?
No.
Okay. Do you have them locked up in a safe?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have access to those? Okay.
Well, I know Luke doesn't have guns, and you could look at it, you could see what they have. I have no problem with any of it.
Do you know of any time that he's been able to access the guns without?
No, he doesn't even
anything like
shoot.
that? Do you ever remember touching a tan and black AK in the home?
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He probably
Why are
picked
you
up
talking, you
something.
idiot?
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture.
Pose with it. It's just
Okay, well, now we know. Now we're going to know what you did.
Really?
Lou.
This is serious, honey.
They take it serious. You can't just
What?
act like.
I can't pose with a gun.
Do you know who
I'd
that
say,
is?
Mom, go back in the house.
It's me.
Okay. Is that the gun you were talking about?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's you can't do that, Lou.
Really?
Especially if you're saying threatening stuff.
I didn't
you
say
can't.
anything threatening. It was a picture.
Then why is the FBI knocking
It was
on
supposed
our
to be
door?
funny. Because they're alphabet
Oh,
agencies, you know, our
Lou.
government,
Stop. Watch your mouth.
they're terrorists,
Well,
is what they are.
They're trying to protect
Stop.
us.
No, they're not. They don't protect anything.
Watch your mouth.
When was the last time you've seen the FBI
Like that
in
big
Edgewater?
guys.
So the concerns that I have are these are
Stuff you're posting online. That's how they have it.
the FBI was contacted because people were very concerned about some of the posts that you were sharing.
You know what Homeland Security is?
Terrorist organization.
No. man. You need to call his boss.
The son overdosed on too many red pills, and the parents are fucking blue pilled to shit. Just trust them. They're here to protect you. They're here to protect you. Listen, you gotta tell your mom to go inside, kid. You might have been posting some dumb shit online, but your mom doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. You should have, honestly, she just left. Said, I plead the fifth, and I have nothing to say to you. If you're gonna arrest me, do it. But if not, I'm going back inside.
He's very immature about this stuff.
Yeah. Are you his biological mom?
Yes.
I'm sure about
Yes.
these things. I'm an American citizen, and you come to my home for a post.
What?
That means
It's not the
nothing. It's
picture.
not
Yeah,
threat at
because
all.
It's
the posts
something
that
you
you're making
said.
online, the posts that you're making online are federal felonies
Ow.
because that's the statute.
If you're
It's a federal
saying
felony.
what you're saying, they
That
take
means
it
What did
serious.
I say in that photo? It's just a photo. I mean, free speech. What the?
When you cock off online, it can have implications. I have a case right now where all my clients said, I'm not leaving X town until so and so is in a coma. I filed a motion to dismiss that because it's just. But you have a First Amendment right of free speech, but not any speech. You can't yell fire at a crowded theater. You know, just like you can't bring your own food. I mean, I tried that once. I tried to bring my own food to a movie theater, and I got kicked out readily because the barbecue smoke was just too much for the theater owner.
They acted like I'm about to plan an attack or
not
something.
threatening.
You treat me like I'm a criminal.
I don't know what you said
I've done
though.
nothing incriminating.
They have to take it serious.
Okay, I like to point out that you're not being treated like a criminal because you're not in handcuffs, you're not being detained.
All right then.
Okay, so let's point that out there.
Fair enough.
Let's be very clear about that.
Before the agent asks her next question, she tells Luke that lying to a federal agent during an investigation can result in a felony charge.
That is true. If you lie to a federal agent, you know, I've got a case right now where my client is accused of that, and it's a federal felony.
Are you familiar with the username Incel Revolution Soon?
Yeah.
Oh,
what is that?
no.
It's just a handle I had on Instagram.
Not the
Is it your handle
Instagram
on
handle.
It was. It's gone now. It's
What happened to
banned.
it?
It just got banned. It gets
Okay.
banned all the time.
Have you ever said anything like everyone? That's my instincts. That's what my instincts tell me.
I mean, I've said it before. It's just jokes.
Okay.
Well,
Have you talked about how?
This is the type of shit where they post that kind of stuff online for years, and then they go and commit a mass event, and everybody goes, "How did we not? Well, we couldn't see that beforehand." Listen, I'm not saying that that's what he was gonna do, but it's just funny that people always say, "Yeah, they've been on FBI's radar forever," and people want to have it both ways, where it's like you can clearly tell there is a disposition with this person. But at the same time, we don't want to say, "Oh, you should have picked them up and done something beforehand," because people would say free speech. So I get it. It's weird because it's a thin line. This is why people should just be a little more serious about what they're saying. How about that? If it's a joke, that doesn't sound like a joke. I don't know, dude. That's your instincts? Like, I don't know, man. You can see why people would look at that and go, that's a little serious, especially posing with a gun. Like, I don't know. Wait, is that illegal now to have unapproved ideas? What did he say? Man, I can't wait to hear the comments on this video. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think like he said, there is limits, like free speech, but like if you're gonna just straight up say that I want to just R and K everybody, like posing with like come on, man. Like, are you an idiot? Can we at least be Like we have this, we have free speech. It's been afforded to us. It's nice, but like, why are you gonna post that shit? Why is that your shit? I don't know. It gets to a point where it's we just see these people, these events in their postings, and we go, wow, this person was seriously deranged and posting all this online. Why didn't the FBI pick him up sooner? I don't know. You think that's totally fine? No, I actually don't think it's fine. I actually think it's terrible. Now, whether or not we should say the FBI or the law should come down on you, that's a whole other conversation. But I actually don't go, I know, contrary to popular belief, I don't go online and say I'm going to R and K people. I just don't. I don't say that in my own personal life either very often. If I do, it's maybe after I had a couple beers, but I'm sure as hell not going to post it online. Fuck that. I want to explode the world. What if he said that with a homemade bomb? With a picture of a homemade bomb. Or and he bought, let's say he bought a how to make homemade explosive devices. And there was I don't know. Then you get into like, well, I don't know. Then you look at that and you go, am I an idiot? I don't really know what to say here, because at the same time, you're right. I want to explode the world. That's, I would say it's free speech, I guess. But at the same time, if they're like buying how to make homemade explosive devices, they have pictures of them with explosive devices saying they want to explode the world, and they go and bomb someplace. I mean, I don't know. It's a tough line. I don't really know where the line. It's only after they do it, right? That's only time when we can do anything, or they're in the act of doing it. And I err on the side of free speech. I do. I'm like, listen, people should be allowed to say and let out their frustrations or whatever. But like, I don't know, man. It's tough because it's like you see these cases and it's like like you can see the direction it's going with these people, and you're like, I don't know, what do we do here? The problem is she isn't just coming to talk to the kid. She is immediately accusing him of federal crimes. Yeah. I don't mind if they send someone to talk to him. Yeah, I don't really either, because that sometimes scares people. And they say, look, we see what you're posting online. Like, cut it out. I wish cops would do that to me on the road. I wish they would just flash their lights once to say, slow down, and I could slow down. Okay, I see. You're there. But no, they just pull you over and they give you a ticket. And you're like... Maybe check in on his parents without the threat of arrest or anything. Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's ways to go about this. Like, and this is probably one of the better ways to do it in my mind, is to go to his house and kind of scare him a little bit. Like, don't arrest him. Because it's not. He's not. Like, it's free speech. It's free speech. I feel as though I err on the side of just letting people say what they want, but. I don't know. It just gets extreme with some people. People just push the boundaries always.
All women need to be masked.
No. What?
Luke, watch what you're saying.
What about the exact
Zip
phrase?
it. No, but I don't need it.
I know
Women
what
need to be.
I watch all the true crime shows. I know exactly
I don't need to hear
But your
that.
Instagram handle was Incel Revolution Soon, correct?
It's just a joke.
Okay.
Immediately.
So did you say it, or was it a joke?
I have no recollection of saying that phrase now.
Okay. Do you ever remember hearing all foids?
I mean, yeah, I probably said it before.
Can you explain what a foid is?
It's just female humanoid. That's what it means. It's just a men term. It's all just posting. It's all posting.
Yeah, you might be thinking in your head that it's a joke, but it's not a joke.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is that we've talked about this, the irony poison, the poison pill of irony, is that people say that, well, it's ironic. I'm being ironic. But it's almost like it becomes real. At some point, your mind, and I don't know if that's necessarily happening here. I don't know this young gentleman. But at some point, you act so much like it, and in your mind, it kind of becomes real. Like that guy, Finster, I think that's what his name was. He dressing like a a girl on stream on Omegle for the lulz, guys. It's ironic. It's a joke. Isn't it funny? And then he's trooning out. And then he's fucking trooning out. You're like, dude, wait, I thought it was a joke. Nope, now it's real. It's like your brain doesn't really understand. Like, you can say that, but like your brain at some point, I feel like it crosses the line between what is real and what is fake. And people always hide behind the irony. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. But then maybe it's not. Maybe at some point it stops becoming a joke, because who gets to dictate when it's a joke and when it's not? The person who says it. And all we have to go on is your words. We can only see your external state. We don't know. We don't know what's going on internally, but you want to say, oh, I'm going to run into the cover of the joke, but it could at some point stop becoming a joke. Except this kid didn't do shit. No, I know. I'm just talking about the broader point of irony and like the shield that people have of like, I can say anything, anytime, because I've been like this too. I used to be like this a lot, where I would just say nonsense for nonsense sake. And people would say, like, why do you have to say that? Why do you have to act like that? And it's like, it's just a joke. And it's like, so it's like, we don't know that. To us, it's just offensive, but you are the one who gets to dictate when it's like a power play. And then at any given time, it could not be a joke. You could set off the bomb. You could be the person who's just like, nope, it's not a joke. It's time. And it's like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do when you're just saying that over and over again? And again, it's tough. It's tough to dictate when the line is crossed. I don't really know if there is one necessarily, a hard line, but it's just this irony shit, like nonstop online, is like, are you ever serious, people? Are you ever going to actually state what you really believe in? Is this, I don't know.
What about the phrase, I'm going to commit mass murder before I kill?
I've never said that.
That's a joke.
I hope you didn't say that, Lou.
What?
What she just said. Have you said stuff
Show me
like
the
that?
proof. Show me I've said these things.
Have you said that you wanted to?
Sure, I've said it before.
Okay.
Doesn't
Joking
mean
around,
anything.
just...
Everyone said they had everything. Everyone's had thoughts of that before.
The special agent explains her concerns that Luke may still be harboring these ideations, but he assures everyone that he's not.
I know, well, his friends or whoever he talks to online, they all kind of joke with stupid lingo like that. But he's never...
Yeah. Listen, there are First Amendment protected rights. Absolutely. We care about those.
That pause.
We also care about written threats, and that's where things are not protected. Those are not protected rights.
Yeah.
So making written threats online is a federal felony. So what about something like total Jew now, bring it forth? It will happen soon, brother. It's all falling into place.
Oh, Luke.
Do you ever remember saying anything like
Dude,
that?
come on.
No, I said it, I know.
This particular conversation took place between Luke and another Instagram user by the name Sea Salty Man, who sent Luke what police describe as an anti-Jewish video. They traced the account to Luke's 19-year-old close friend, who they later questioned about the messages.
Sometimes people get away with mass casualty events. We should still preserve free speech. Let me be clear. Absolutely. Absolutely. My whole take is on the individual level, is on the societal level, is us. Is at some point the rubber hits the road and you have to actually be a big boy and you have to actually speak legitimately and say what you believe. Do you actually believe this stuff? No, I don't. Okay, thank you. Like, we can't just be irony pilled forever, because then nothing means anything and you are the one. We can only see what you're saying externally. You're the one who gets to dictate when that is serious and when it's not. That's what I'm saying, is that like we as people at some point need to say, like, maybe we need to just be actually real with our words at some point. We can't be always in a state of it's irony or it's not. And I get to jump between both worlds. It's like, dude, then you get the FBI at your house and you're going to bitch and moan when they question you. You're like, dude, okay.
I have a very certain opinion on Jewish people. Now, it's
You're
not
allowed to have.
Which it's not all Jewish people. It's just people that so happen to be Jewish that do evil things.
After Sea Salty Man sent the video, Luke replied, "I don't hate them enough. I need more hate, more hatred. Total Jewish now. Bring it forth." Sea Salty
Come
Man
on,
responded,
bro.
"I'm done with this. Let's start the revolution." To which Luke replied, "It will happen soon, brother."
It's just dumb. Okay, so there are stuff that is dark things that are very serious. I can't speak for him in that. That's just not something I keep up with.
Sure.
In any sense. Like, that's just, I really don't even know what to put that. I just don't think about it often.
This kid's
when you say
scared
you don't
as
think about it
fuck.
often, what do you mean by that? Like, you don't think about his statements often, or you don't think about...
Like, the political ideologies. Like, it's just not something I'm so fantasized in.
You're a little bit nervous, you're shaking and
This is
things
the
like that.
first time I've ever had an interaction with the police, like, justice on my own.
And keep in mind, everything you say can and will be used in a court of law.
Let me just be straight up honest with you. Take a deep breath, relax. At the end of this, we're not putting you in handcuffs.
Oh, I
we're
know.
not taking
It's just like
I just want you to be relaxed and know that this is literally just a conversation all of us are having, and when we're done, you go back inside and we get back in our cars and leave.
I know. I
just want to put you at ease, and I'm not sure if you were nervous or anything like
No,
that.
I am, but like it's just like the very first time I've ever had to interact with an FBI agent.
In contrast, Luke's own conversation with the agent grew increasingly tense as she shared more of Luke's statements with his family.
More?
This is absurd to me.
Luke, what about you get a gun to... I'm going to get a gun to... That's what I'll do after a public area.
Who knows if I said it?
Oh my gosh, watch your mouth, Luke.
Do you know who Elliot Rodger is?
No!
I do.
Not Elliot Rodger,
What's he known
please.
for?
Elliot Rodger.
He was a
Please.
guy that couldn't find love, and then he
The
was
supreme gentleman himself.
In May of 2014, Elliot Rodger murdered 6 people and injured 14 others. Before the attack, he uploaded a video to YouTube in which he said he wanted to punish women for rejecting him and expressed resentment toward men. He's cited as an influence on several perpetrators of subsequent mass attacks.
Incel,
You
sure.
mentioned
The
incel
king
in
incel.
your username. What is
Yeah,
it?
it was
What's
a
an
joke.
incel?
Involuntary celibate.
Okay. So that's what Elliot Rodger was. Is that
Sure.
correct to say?
I suppose.
Sea Salty Man was also later asked about this particular subject, where the agent went into further detail.
What do you know about incels?
I just know it's a kind of people. I don't know. I honestly couldn't even give you like a detail
So
for
you
what
know
it is.
they...
I don't know what it is, honestly. I just know it's a term that gets used online. People like Nick Fuentes, if you know who that is, get called
Named!
like incels and stuff. It's
Named on an
something
Ewu video.
Sorry, it's like involuntary celibate.
I just think that's just a weird term. Involuntarily celibate. Can you think of a worse fate?
The concern is that a lot of your statements that you're making are very
That's the
similar
point,
to
bud.
what Elliot Rodger believed and did.
Really?
Yes.
Luke, you know that. It's not.
What?
Why would you even use that?
what you're talking
I don't
It's
even
not
know who it is.
me. There's multiple people on Instagram, thousands of people that call themselves incel revolution soon. Oh, I'm a true cell. Everyone says that.
But some of the stuff you're saying is not.
Who cares? They say it too. Do they show up? Do you show up at their houses and interrogate them?
Who is that?
And anybody.
No, 'cause they're all
I don't care if
feds.
you're talking about me. I mean, I want to know. if
We
you
don't
do
go
this to
after
other
our
people.
own.
You go to other people's houses and harass them like this.
If there are
Those are obvious
concerns,
jokes.
if there
Who
are,
reported me? Like, who
what makes
reported
it-
me?
what
Was
makes
this
it
It's on the,
obvious?
yeah, but you put it on the
They're
internet.
FBI. They
Nobody
can
could have
see
reported
anything.
me.
Luke, when you put it out
Who
there,
would have
it's-
reported me? My
it's
own
seen.
friends? They're the only ones that seen these things.
Well, people, whoever
How would
you're-
they even know who
if
I
it's out
were?
on the internet, anybody
Who
can
I
see
were?
it.
I mean, it shows you on
Luke.
Instagram
It's not a
who
joke.
views your posts.
They have access to everything.
Yeah, because they're f***ing terrorists
Watch
that have
your
access
mouth.
and
What the-
spy on people with the Patriot Act.
Okay.
You need to watch yourself.
I don't
It's-
care. I
what
can
do you-
say all of this. This is free speech.
While it isn't clear who reported Luke,
Jijichat.
many of his posts were publicly viewable.
I mean, you come to my house to try and intimidate me and try to silence me. Is that what you're doing?
no.
Well,
Yeah,
We're here to ask
that
you
is what you're
questions.
doing. If you're asking me
This
questions,
guy is a
then I
true
don't need
cell.
to answer, do I?
No.
Why are you here?
You absolutely
Can
don't
I
need to
leave?
answer questions.
Luke,
You
Can I
already
leave and never come
answered
back?
all their questions,
Watch
you
your mouth.
idiot.
Is that
You know-
possible for you two, or all four of you to
Luke,
do?
stop. That's no
Is that
respect.
possible?
No respect, because what you're writing stuff that's not funny and it's not a joke. So
Yeah.
stop. Don't
What's
put your hand up. there.
funny and what's not funny? Who's to say?
Yeah, well, I say it. It's killing people. None of that's
Am I
funny.
under arrest? Am I going to be
No,
detained? Are you
stop,
going to
dude.
charge me for
You
these
better
things?
stop.
Does any of this matter? Do I need
It
a lawyer?
matters. You call your dad and get him here.
Luke's brother heads inside to call their dad, who will soon arrive and get caught up to speed. With Sea Salty Man, the FBI agent continued sharing
Sea
what they
Salty
found
Man.
in their private messages.
Again, we're not here to tell you to have your own opinions about certain groups or anything like that. But do you recall talking about more than 110, or in a conversation, more than 110 million non-white foreign individuals in our country? America is truly a hole. Does that sound? ring a bell?
I know how he is. He's kind of racist. I'm not even going to lie. So that sounds like something that could have been said. Now, that line specifically doesn't really ring a bell, but it kind of...
What about something that you may have said? I'm done with. Let's start the revolution.
Okay, I saw that in the file. So I remember when that happened. That was with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and that was on September 10th. And Lucas was the first person I was like texting and stuff, and we just got into one of those like arguments, not arguments, like
debates.
Not debate. We were like on the same side, but we were just like
fired up,
flaming, like just pretty much dumping. That's what that was.
Okay. What about like follow up with that though? Him saying it will happen soon, brother. It's all falling into place, and then your response was, "I'm not waiting." And then a discussion from you further was, "This tyranny has infected the human race since the dawn of the Jews." Then he responded, "You have to, blowing a fuse and committing an act of terror early benefits no one. It's when Breivik was retarded."
Anders Behring Breivik is a Norwegian terrorist who carried out attacks in Norway on July 22, 2011. He first detonated a car bomb, killing 8 people, then carried out a mass shooting at a youth camp, killing 69 more.
And then what about he continuing on talking about Breivik? He bombed leftists in Norway, and what came from it? Really nothing at all. He went to jail. He lit his fuse of hate early. We must all light our fuses together, not individually, and create such an enormous explosion, not a small, insignificant one, that completely obliterates the system so we can rebuild it anew. And your response was?
That was something he said, okay.
That's one way to think about it, but that's to invoke one singular explosion. It needs to be a chain reaction. The hate for true evil needs to spread.
These people don't even have an understanding of what the country would even look like after. Like, that's the annoying thing about this is like none of this is a positive. There's no positive philosophy here. It's all just reaction to perceived grievances against whoever. And again, some of the stuff has legitimacy to it, but then people get into they get so caught up in this flaming anger and hatred. They're like, let's blow it all up. Okay, well, what would it look like in the aftermath? And would you even be the person to be rebuilding it? Or would China just come like flying in and it's like, thank you? Or the tech elite, right? They would dip out to their bunkers and then wait for the aftermath. They'd come out and they'd build the technocratic beast system from your ashes. It's like you guys don't even fucking have an idea or a plan of what you're even doing. It's just a complete reaction to like an animal. That's what a lot of this shit is. It's just like a stimuli and a response to stimuli. It's like,
And that was your response. Total Jewish, bring it forth now. Log the lefties.
Okay, how are you gonna achieve any of that shit? How is that gonna work? Just go out in the streets and just start doing stuff. Okay, that's gonna work out real well.
Things you said were like conversations.
This shit just maybe I'm just getting older. I don't really know, but this shit is so cringe to me. Like this shit used to be, I guess, more like, oh, like whoa, like spicy when I was younger. But like now I got older, I'm like, dude, this shit's just fucking. It's just LARP. And clearly, I mean, they come to your front door. Where's your Kevlar, man? Why aren't you getting ready? This is it. This is the time, brother. I don't know.
Responses.
Yeah, you had some responses in there as well.
Okay, could you read those to me?
Your response to you need to blow it all up.
I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying that these people get caught up and they're whipped up in this shit, these reactionary circles, and then there's like they just blow up their lives and themselves and achieve nothing.
Then you followed up, your response was, it's bigger and more grand than just to the section of one race. It is a fight that will require every last soul on this planet until its dying breath. And then further on he said, them all lefties.
I don't know how much you guys would believe me, but on my end, that's just emotional banter. Because that was around the time of the Charlie Kirk thing. That should be on September 10th or 11th, right? That's all that was. And since then, obviously, like I've calmed down and most of the world has. But at that day in specific, it was just a day where no one knew really what was going on or like the full severity of things. I didn't know that he was a, a Republican at the time. So that's bad on my end because I'm just saying I don't know about. That's how I see it as. I'm just talking out of my
So you probably thought it was one of those minorities or something that you have some sort of particular viewpoint against.
Someone that has committed something like that within the past few years. Like maybe not like a black person or like a person of color, but maybe like someone that identifies in the LGBTQ space, because that happens before too, like the transgenders that have like shut up school in Nashville, or the dude that tried to assassinate Trump was on that end, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know at the same time. So.
According to police records, an Edgewater detective also learned of a group chat Luke was involved in which discussed the topic of school and workplace shootings.
What was the name of the group chat?
Serial flexers.
Serial flexers?
The federal agent attempted to question Luke further.
How do these guys know Breivik and stuff but not know how to plead the fifth? Exactly. Because they're putting the cart before the fucking horse. They're on the periphery of these like insane schizo situations, flashpoint events, but they don't even know basic wisdom about talking to the fucking feds. Like, I think our priorities are a little off there, buddy. These people live at home with their parents. Like, dude, they just don't have anything. They're just being fucking radicalized, man. And they're just fucking dumb. It's just stupid, childish shit. It's just cringe memes. A lot of it is just cringe memes, but some people, again, don't take it that way. They take it wholeheartedly. But it's just like, you don't have any real world experience. You don't know fucking dick, and you're just blowing up your life. You're blowing up any potential future you might have for this shit, for internet memes. Okay.
There.
Did you ever say blowing it all up with incel rage all?
What? How do you expect me to recall in my mind everything I've ever said?
Watch him.
Oh, you've got pictures of it. I guess that's me. Is it me? My hands covering my face.
Yeah. Well, you don't think it's a big deal what you're saying, but
it's a joke. You should. I'm a teenage boy.
Yeah, but it's not a joke with what you're saying.
You're actually an adult.
Yeah, exactly. An adult. Ooh,
Luke.
The federal government bears that charge.
Everything you put on the internet is for anyone to see, and they have to take it serious because they don't need people going out shooting people and killing people.
There are immigrants coming here raping people that are illegal aliens. They're doing this because I have a European descent. That's why they're doing it.
What the heck? Luke,
that's exactly why they're doing it. A white male. Oh, a white male. He's so scary.
You come,
what is wrong with
you come
people?
up with, watch your mouth.
Like, how do you live with yourself?
Stop.
So I'm actually a European descent.
Stop. It has nothing to do with your skin color. It's what you're saying.
It is.
It's what you're saying. Now stop.
Luke has already been told that he's not being detained.
Like, is there no overlap with this and the black guy who gets pulled over, who gets aggressive because he thinks all the cops are racist? Like, that's literally what's happening right here. Is that this guy is being combative to these people because he thinks his race, his ethnic identity, they're under attack, and you people are the ones who are doing it, and I can't. It's like the same shit. It's just mass-induced paranoia.
Placed under arrest, leaving one of the officers wondering where this may be heading.
Despair, anger, hatred, resentment.
No, this is it, huh?
Legal names needed?
Yeah. Just doing an investigation.
So, with your consent,
She's going to
because
end
this
up
is your
doing that
home,
in the
I
future.
could,
Like, not today. Not today.
Sure enough, the federal agent has a larger plan in motion, one she will not be revealing today. In the meantime, the situation grows more tense when Luke's dad arrives at the scene.
Sure.
Joe.
No.
Let's catch him up on everything first.
So you know, I asked myself.
It's some of the stuff that Luke's been putting online. Nobody even knows about it
Memes
till
on
now.
Instagram. I post things and they take it seriously and they come here and try to threaten us and search the home and think I'm a terrorist or something.
Because some of the stuff he said.
Yeah, free speech. I mean, what the? They've acted like I'm committing a crime.
Quit swearing.
No, this is absurd. I'm angry.
Well, too bad. You can't do crap like this.
So there's First Amendment
the-
rights, of course, but when it becomes a written threat, it becomes a big concern.
It's just a joke, and they.
This was posted on.
It don't matter, Luke. That's serious. You can't do that.
Because you're not taking it serious. It's not a
So
joke
what do
to
you want
everybody
to
else.
It's not serious at all. It's laughable. It's stupid.
No, it's not. Stop.
With Luke's dad now informed of why they're here, the agent revisits her earlier concern about guns in the home.
I can take all my weapons and put them in a gun safe
That would be great.
at my shop.
That would be.
I thought they were in your safe in the room.
And this is strictly to control, but this is strictly because of the
Shut
civil
up.
concern.
Why are these people talking?
As an example, some of the threats were
women need to be in mass.
Oh my gosh. What the?
I'm gonna get a gun. That's what I'll do after I a public area.
Are you kidding me, Luke?
Everyone has my instincts,
an
that's what my instincts tell me.
I don't want to hear that. I'll
So
take
that's
the
why I'm here
guns
for the concerns.
and put them in my gun sleeve.
What questions do you have for me?
None really. It's all a shock to me. I didn't know any of the pictures. I didn't know any of this stuff. Because they all think the buddies he talks to, it's all a big joke to slander different ethnic groups and all the stuff they think is funny.
And that's First Amendment protected.
Yeah.
It is. No matter how you feel about it, it's First Amendment protected. But what is not
Yeah,
protected
well,
is the written threat. To
You don't
harm
go around
this
saying.
No, many of the mass shooters have been incels.
Well, yeah, it's...
Grandma learned a new word.
I don't care. You don't say. You don't.
They killed.
Obviously, it's not a joke because the lady's here.
Doesn't mean anything. They
It does. No, they don't. I'm 56 years old. I never had the FBI come to my house.
No.
Because
kind of bullshit.
it's hard to explain to you people.
Well, yeah. Well, you got a warped way of thinking.
When the agent asks for a chance
Yeah,
to
you can say
look
that
in the
again.
home and ensure there are no weapons in Luke's room, Luke speaks out against it, and his family seems to lose their patience with the teen.
There's no charges. They can't search our house. I'm not under arrest.
Okay, Luke.
They came
Just
here to strong mouth.
you shut your mouth.
Go inside.
You know what? You need to go. Okay, go inside now, please.
They can see the guns. If I say they can see them.
So he cannot, if the parents say, go ahead and search his room, Luke can't say, I don't want you to search my room. They can get permission from the parents.
Why would you consider?
Right, it's their house, right?
Shut your face.
He's going inside to get the guns.
Ridiculous. How do you?
Oh my gosh!
What?
He's mentally ill.
Don't say that. Do not say that.
You're not making the situation any better with your negative stuff.
Because you guys need to take it more seriously.
Yeah, well, I'm taking it real serious. He's moving all the guns out. Yeah, I am.
You gonna take the Xbox
Yeah,
away?
yeah, I'm gonna
You know
take
what?
all the out.
This is not the time for that,
Well,
okay?
because I'm trying to get her
It's
to take it
not
more
the time
seriously.
for it.
Yeah.
Seems like she's taking it pretty
Just
seriously
like
to me.
always, he won't get in trouble for anything.
Okay, how am I not taking it serious when we just found out about it? All the guns are going out.
Because you're trying to get rid
Go.
of me.
Go inside.
Go.
I don't feel safe in there by myself with them.
Oh, you know what?
Oh my goodness
I
gracious.
don't.
And then
my
call
gosh.
somebody and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
How about that?
The federal agent and the members of the Edgewater Police Department leave the home having obtained enough information to secure a warrant for Luke's arrest. 6 days later,
Wow.
officers descend on the teen's home under the cover of night.
Hands up! Hands up! Come out here.
Walk out straight desk, please. All occupants of the residence. Don't go back.
No, don't go back inside.
Come out to us with your hands up.
Lucas, hands up.
Everybody hands up.
Incel,
There's a
hands
suspect
up,
right there, that's
hands
him.
up, incel. Kiss the
Lucas,
ground,
stop,
pervert.
guys, stop where you're at.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Down on the ground, down on the ground. Lucas, get on the ground.
Are you kidding me?
Put your hands behind your back. You guys know exactly what this is about.
No, we don't. They came the other day.
Don't say anything.
Stand up.
You hear me?
They came the
Somebody
other
clear
day,
the
but
channel.
What is it now? What is
Yeah,
it now?
I don't approve of this either.
What for?
Yeah.
The same thing.
Because of the phone.
No, you may need the phone.
What was it for?
The same thing. Yep.
So why is this now?
What do you mean?
Why do they come now? Why
Because
did
it's
you
when we
just-
have a warrant for it.
Really?
Yes.
Luke, don't say nothing.
So
Too
when you're
late.
charged with a crime, they can charge it out one of two ways. They can charge it out by summons, where you get a letter in the mail and say, you have a court date on this particular date, please come to court. Or they can charge it out by warrant. And in cases that involve violence or potential threats of violence, they do it under the cover of darkness and they do it without telling you. So after that first visit with the FBI, what I would have recommended for him to do, call a lawyer right now. And that lawyer starts interacting with the prosecutor. They would have had a heads up. And what we do is, okay, well, he'll turn himself in. You're gonna do it, issue the warrant on Friday. He'll turn himself in on Friday.
Turn around, face the bed of the truck. You got anything on you gonna poke, prick, stick me?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Gotcha. You've got a warrant for your arrest for written threats to kill or do terroristic attacks. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Spread your feet.
This is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the post, I agree. That was all crazy.
This is not ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous. Why didn't they just take him that day then?
Because they didn't have it that day. It requires investigations. This requires time.
Yeah, I know what he was saying. I agree with that. That was all wrong, but...
Well, this is the result of that. It's taken very seriously. It's taken very seriously, yes.
These young kids...
It's not young kid. It's nothing to do about that.
I know the kid.
Yeah, I understand that.
Kind of has to do with
I understand he's your son.
Here, put it this
He's not going to go kill somebody.
Do you know that?
Put it this way, right? So put it this way. If something does happen and we did nothing about it, then, you know...
There's nothing to do. He's here all the time.
But
he's not...
listen,
he don't leave
he's not in the prison.
He's on the damn Nintendo 20 hours a
You have to
day.
understand that kind of stuff can't be taken lightly with the way the world is nowadays.
While Luke's mom heads inside
Whoa,
to get a
that's
pair of
weird.
shoes for her son, his dad continues speaking with police officers.
Yeah, for after...
That was the weird way to put it. We can't, with the way the world is today. This is why some of this shit, as we saw with the SPLC, some of this shit is fomented online to get people in this mindset to where they're like, yeah, I'm going to talk, you know, the irony pilled bullshit plus the extremist ideologies, right? Fomenting this on the internet in certain areas of the internet. That's what leads to the world being the way it is, because you do get people, and again, some of them are not legitimate, but some of them are legitimate, where people legitimately go and do things. And so that they're kind of creating the grounds, they're kind of creating the environment to foster this type of thinking so that they can come and say, well, I'm going to come in and I'm going to lay down the law and it's going to be something like tyranny. Like this, pulling you out of your bed in the middle of the night because of this previously constructed online movement, online kind of meme culture that I think is being propagated by certain people. I don't think it's all legitimate. Some of it is legitimate, but I think a lot of it is not. The Fed elements of it, the extreme elements of it, the stuff that maybe this kid fell into, the kind of more like the deeper radicalization is absolutely, I think, something that is pushed by certain figures. And that creates the kind of an allowance where you think that it's normal and it's normalized. And then that creates the environment, which creates more pushback by the feds. That's why this shit, like, people need to just chill the fuck out. That's what I really want to tell people, that it's like, you can feel certain ways and maybe, you know, talking about that with people IRL, but like posting all this shit online is so fucking dumb, because then you're going to get blowback and you're going to get real tyranny, because we got to save the kids, right? We got to save people. We can't allow this stuff. Like he just said, we can't allow this stuff to happen anymore. It's a different world now. Like, what in the fucking world? This guy's pretending like arresting in the middle of the night, like a SWAT bus, makes sense when the kid would have just gone with them. Yeah, I know. He did go with them. He came right out and got right on his knees.
Put on the internet, you go to jail for that nowadays?
Yeah, if you're inciting mass murder of particular individuals, absolutely.
If you, what do you got? Name names, or you just?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to name names if you say that you're going to mass kill. Yes, that's not protected. That's not protected speech.
Free speech is a protected constitutional right. However, there is a point where it goes from being free speech to being a crime.
Any espousal of violence is no longer free speech. You cannot incite or request or make any attempts to say anything about violence. That becomes no more free speech. If you just simply say, I hate insert X group here, whatever. That is what it is. But you can't start espousing any kind of thing that says, I'm going to kill anybody. That's where it becomes a problem. A major problem, in fact, because the state of Florida deems it a second-degree felony, punishable by 15 years in prison.
He don't leave the house.
Great. Right now he doesn't. Until he's decided he's ready. You can't not take stuff like that seriously. And we will never not take that seriously.
While behind bars, Luke reaches out to his brother in a recorded jail call.
I don't know what they're thinking, even though I meant nothing of it. Yeah, well, you're just going to have to be honest and tell them that, and you need to apologize. Yeah, I know. It's my friend's talk to you or whatever. I don't know if they're going to ask you questions. Well, I'm sure everyone's going to be asking questions, and of course, everyone around here is they're constantly looking at that for new mug shots because they got nothing better to do. So people are going to find out. It's humiliating.
Haha, Luke's an incel. No, everybody knows.
Say some prayers or something. Yeah, you're acting like I'm getting hung on the gallows in Nuremberg or something. No, but you gotta go through this. I mean, you brought it on yourself. Well, yeah, like I knew this would happen. It was just a joke on the internet. It's serious. They can't ignore that. That's how bad things happen. Yeah.
Luke's fears that his friends would all find out were eventually realized, as this conversation between Sea Salty Man and the FBI took place after Luke's arrest and his subsequent release from jail on a $10,000 bond. Fully aware of Luke's legal consequences, the teen works to make his stance clear.
I'm just going to put this on the record. I won't and can't relate to going and wanting to shoot up a place. That's absolutely mad. Mm-hmm. But certain people, I guess, can, just because that, like, ambiguous anger that has, like, built up in some people, especially like that sit in the house all day. They have no outlet, and all they do is they're chronically online. It's just not healthy.
What are your thoughts now, looking hindsight?
Definitely watch my emotions, and he definitely should do the same. Like, are you talking about, like, what I've learned from the whole experience?
Not really what you've learned, but what are your thoughts about his likelihood to maybe act on any of these types of threats?
I think that's a joke.
At what point does a joke become a reality? Like, what's the line?
Very good question. A joke, it depends on, like, certainly, like, the circumstance. But with this, like, with this specific situation, with him going out and harming something, I could sit here and say, because I've known him for so long, that I've seen the patterns, and who knows, but, you know, changes. So, truthfully, I don't know.
The special agent and Edgewater police also visited the home
because
of
all they can
another
go
of
off
Luke's
of is
close friends.
the thing
According
you said.
to police records, Luke had sent him what they described as numerous threats and derogatory comments against women.
One being like, I hate women so much it's unreal. Just seeing them makes me seethe with rage. Knowing other men women and I can't makes me seethe with rage. It makes me want to become a terrorist. World. Even if I ascended and somehow attained a woman, I would never truly love her. I just beat her. I hate them.
From when I read it,
Do you remember reading
I don't
that?
remember.
No.
Sounds like he's just kind of got his blockers on and not really paying attention to it.
And I know he's just like I am. We're like, oh yeah, that's them. Whatever. You don't think anything. But then he started saying it, and we're like, whoa, the world's different now. You can't say this in online in certain words, and we've seen it. I mean, we're living it.
Right. And you can call it a joke as much as you like.
Right.
But a lot of other people have called it jokes.
Absolutely.
Who have acted out.
Right. And that is very excessive to me. So I would have never imagined him to keep having these. And I hope it is just a kid talking, but that definitely would put a concern that I'm not trying to be mean, but I do think he's not allowed to come around just for, I don't want to take any chances.
Yep. According to court documents, 19-year-old Lucas Gregory Nevcherlane was charged with 1 count of written threats to kill or do bodily injury. He entered a plea of not guilty and is currently still out on bond. The case is ongoing, and a pretrial hearing has been set for May 20th, 2026. Special thank you to Bruce for reviewing.
Chalk it up. Incel L. Incel. This is going to get out of control with AI. Yeah, dude, for real. Generalized advocations of should be legal. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. Again, it's similar to the, at what point do grains of sand become a pile? I don't know. You know, it's tough to really decide. And that's why I say you err on the spirit of free speech. You err on the spirit of giving people the widest latitude to say what they want. I just wish people would just not be retarded. Like, I just wish you would not be, not you, but this guy would not be retarded. You're going to take it to that level. You're going to take it to that level where you're just going to be repeatedly saying, I want to go out there and, like, why even test it, man? Don't you love how the FBI makes a point of sending a woman to confront this ultimate assault? Right. Why would they do that if they thought it was serious? It's petty tyranny. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, dude. But some of this, it's like you cannot, the irony is not lost on me where the kid is clearly like the daddy is even like he never leaves the house. Like that's why it's like it's almost like some of these like incel type people, it's just like, dude, you don't even do anything to further to get out of inceldom. This is why we need IRL clubs. Exactly. You don't do anything to try and get yourself, or maybe you like it. Maybe you like being in the despair. Maybe you like being a loser. Maybe you like being angry. He says he sits at home all day. He does nothing. He never leaves the house. It's like, dude, people just want to get online and bitch and bitch and bitch. And that's all they want to do. And they want to get so angry about everything. And it's like, it's clearly like, how much of a problem is it? How much of a problem is it for you that you're not having a woman? Why don't you go out and fucking work out, exercise, do something, do anything? I don't know, do something. Like if you really were like, I'm ready to RKD for a woman, like I feel like why wouldn't you try a more like an easier path? Like why would you just jump straight to that? Well, it's because he knows about what's his name, Brekovic or whatever. He knows about Brekovic, but he doesn't know how to do his taxes. That's why. Because you leapfrog all the normal avenues in life and the normal elements. The stuff that's actually takes time to foster and to grow and to actually, acquire skills, acquire, ways of talking with people, communication, acquire a job, a decent job. Like, dog, you live at home. You're 19. You do nothing but game all day. Yeah, you're like, oh, I need my trad e-girl. Like, dog, you're not going to fucking find her on the internet. Actually, that's not even true because you know how many chicks I would find on freaking Overwatch, playing Overwatch back in 2017, 18 days? There were so many chicks I would fucking talk to on there. Like, even that, it's just like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm sure this confrontation with a female fed for meme posting is going to cure him of his. I know. It's that's irony too. That's ironic. Like, of course. The FBI should be developing philosophical arguments to convince themselves why women aren't so bad if they really cared and thought that. No, I don't know. I don't think they care. That's not like, I think they're actually, the FBI and these people in the SPLC, they're actually doing the opposite. They're trying to construct arguments, construct data points and push things out, push out aesthetics in an internet culture that pushes this stuff because I think they want an extreme culture. I think they want people to be activists, to be extremists, to feel a sense of existential dread anytime they wake up, to feel despair, to feel resentment. I think they want that because it creates flashpoint events. You can take something out of it. You can get something out of it, make something out of it. They're just dunking on a loser they don't truly fear. It's just bullying. Yeah. Yeah, well, hey, it's a Mogger get mogged world, right? It was who said that earlier? Not that I don't agree with that, but it's tough because a lot of these people, they feel like that. A lot of the people who do go out there and commit these types of acts, they feel as though, oh, the weak should fear the strong, and it's like, yeah, I get that to a degree, but like now here's the strong coming after you. Oh, well, that one is not me. No. No, I don't deserve this. Like, I don't know, man. Is that the society you want to live in? Okay. I don't want to live in that society either. I want to live in a society where we have free speech and people aren't constantly talking about K-ing or R-ing people online. That would be what I want. He can't outmog the Fed. Nope, he can't. As much as he tried. It's like rock, paper, scissors, but it's force, looks money. Is that what it is? Force looks money. Force looks money. Money, it's $1. Force is a scissor. I don't know why. I don't know why rock would be looks, but imagine threatening women's lives online while still living with mommy. I know, dude. The incels, guys, your PR is it's going down. It's going down the crapper. This is not a good look for the incels out there. Not a good look. He was kind of good looking, no? He was fine. He could probably find somebody. He wasn't fat. But like you said, that wouldn't make him like women. I know. I think like it's psychological. It's like a brainwashing. It's like you just cannot overcome it. Like, are you incapable of overcoming this or no? No? Okay, well, bye-bye. Good for grandma for calling out the parents' bullshit. Is that the grandma? I thought it was like a sister or something. The parents share his ideology. They are not shocked and not embarrassed. I don't think that. I think they're just boomers. They're like, what? You just I mean, the dad literally was like, you can't just say shit online anymore? What happened? What happened to this country? Dude, being questioned by a female agent has to be the nightmare of his life. I know, dude. Oh my gosh. By a female agent and a European descendant Chad to her right, who's just mogging him. Oh no, and anything but that, dude. He's probably having nightmares of this shit in his prison cell. He never leaves the house. That's part of the fucking problem. Exactly. That's literally so much of the problem is people are in these vortexes. The internet is like a vortex, and it draws on some of the worst instincts. Rage bait. That's why rage bait's a thing. It draws on rage bait. It draws on existential dread, sadness, misery, sorrow. That's a stronger emotion. Fear, right? People watch like scary videos and stuff. You go on YouTube and there's scary, creepy, or even Ewu. I mean, this channel is like a spooky channel. They get millions of views. It's because these negative emotions, okay, they have a draw to them. Not many people are sitting there listening to like good, actual, wholesome, virtuous stuff. It's not really that's not what gets clicks. Hell, like that's like my fucking, my thumbnails are kind of like rage baity sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes they are. And those ones get a lot of clicks because people are mad and they just want to be mad. They want to just feel something. You can tell watch your mouse means absolutely nothing in the household. No, that's true. And I actually saw some moments in that I had flashbacks of myself. I had some flashbacks of my younger self too. When he's sitting there and all of his parents are mad at him, looking at him, pointing. I've been in that situation, and I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn. I'm not going to move an inch. You guys are stupid like that. I've been there. And I could easily go back to that, and I try not to. I'm going to be 30. I gotta figure out, how to be a little more mature. How did I even know who I were? I know, I noticed that too. What an idiot. Less than a minute into the video and this guy is already insufferable. Sir Edgelord hath trolled too close to the sun. Oh no. He flew too close to the sun on wings of hatred. Social media is such a poison. So true. And yet we can't look away. It's like watching a train wreck. Can't believe this guy can't get a date, right? You'd think women would be swarming around him. I'm dumbfounded. People just hone in to they miss the forest for the trees and they hone in on one. Like this guy's getting super autistic about not having a woman, and it's like, there's just more to life, man. Like, not that it's not something you shouldn't strive for. Not that it's not something that can be good in your life. It can also be a disaster. Okay, having a woman can also be an absolute disaster. Because a lot of women, if she's going to follow your lead, a lot of women just reflect yourself back at you. So if you're this fucking resentful oaf and you even had a woman, she's just going to reflect that resentment back at you, dog. And it's going to be hell. Women just amplify. They just amplify what you already have. If you've got good shit going on, a woman will amplify that. If you got bad shit going on, a woman's going to amplify that. These are the same parents who are probably like, today's youth are so messed up. Meanwhile, they're parenting like this. Yeah. Yeah. It's so nice because, I love free speech. I love being able to say whatever I want, but, it's probably going away in my lifetime because of fucking goofballs like this. I no longer have any hope of saving America, so it's all good. Whatever, man. There wasn't that much to save anyways. It's always kind of been a heathenless pit. Heathenless? I mean, heathen? What's the word I'm trying to... Heathen-filled pit, I should say. It's always kind of just been a heathen-filled pit. We're just reaping the ends of it, basically. We're reaping the ends of the Americanist philosophy in a lot of ways. In a big way. These are the ones who have a whole manifesto written before they execute their jokes. I know. Can we just be normal? Can anybody just be normal? I am predicting a time when, like, one of the elements that draws people to extremism is that it's edgy and it's cool and you have a sense of pride and you feel as though you know things that other people don't. I know who that guy, Reykjavik, or whatever the fuck that guy's name. I know who that. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Well, because you're a normie. No, it's because I don't give a shit about this stuff and I fucking have a job. You bum. I have a YouTube channel and you don't. But it's just like that kind of shit. It's like that's what's alluring to it, is like extremism is like taboo. But like, I actually think that, and maybe this is one of the blessings of opening X up and the internet in general, is that I actually think there's going to be a point in time when this extremist shit is going to be really cringe. It's going to be really cringe. I think it's actually probably going to come sooner rather than later. And we're going to be like, this is just cringe, man. Like, you're not a normal person. You can't get along with people. You have no job. You have no car. You don't have no relation to any. I mean, like, there's people who already feel like that. But I'm saying, like, the allure to extremist kind of ideologies on the internet, I think, is going to become, the more we see about it, and the more the PR like this comes out, the negative PR like this comes out, I think the more people are going to be like, dude, this is just cringe. You're a fucking weirdo. You people are weird. This is gonna get really bad in the next 10 years, though. I need to start transitioning off the internet to hard copy journals and IRL clubs. What do you mean, the crackdown tyranny? Yeah, with Larry freaking Ellison buying up like a good chunk of the media sphere. What are they trying to? His son is purchasing Paramount and Warner Brothers, and they want to buy TikTok, and they're buying up a fat chunk of the media landscape. The guy's son who says people will be on their best behavior, police will be on their best behavior, citizens will be on their best behavior. Yeah, we know, because we'll be watching. That guy, yeah, that's gonna get pretty bad. That's why I just feel like why don't you just treat the internet? Why don't we just start treating the internet more like a business email. We might have to. Business email with funnier memes and funnier video, more interesting videos. That's why I deadass don't even post that much on X. Like, it's probably hurting me in the algorithm, but like, I don't even really post that much on X on this account because I don't know. I mean, honestly, like I usually post updates, but like I could probably, I mean, ride the line. I'm not gonna post any of this shit. I would never want to. I'm not a fucking psycho. I'm schizo. I'm a psycho. I'm an autist. I'm like Patrick Bateman. Guys, I'm like Patrick Bateman. I'm like, I get up every morning and I have no emotions. And I'm like a robot. And there's no inner life. Yeah, I look at that shit and I'm like, dog, all I want is more of an enriching inner life. We are not the same. All I want is the spirit. All I want is the truth. All I want is the goodness. And I'm trying to find it. These people are just caught up in the resentment, caught up in the hate and the seed. Wow. I hate that they keep calling him a kid. He's 19 years old. He's old enough to face repercussions for his actions. Hard disagree. This guy has had no life experience at all. He's clearly just been on the internet since he was probably like 13 years old, maybe even younger. His dad even confirmed that. You don't leave the house. Yeah, I don't think he's an adult. I don't think the age makes you an adult because I know people who are older than me and they're less mature than me, which is crazy. All right, let me rephrase that. That kind of came out wrong. Obviously, 18 is a legal adult in America, but maturity does not, age and maturity are not synonymous. That's what I meant to say. Go inside alone where all the unlocked guns are, Luke. Brilliant. I know. I'm surprised they let him go inside. Hey, now what? It's the hatred and entitlement to it, no humility. That's so true. I really do find that 99% of all problems start with this lack of humility. And everybody, I fall into this too. Come on. Everybody falls into struggling with humility. But so many times, if I just stop and ask myself, you just stop the thoughts that go on in your head and you say, well, what can I do? How different can I be? What do I have? You start asking am I thankful enough for what I do have? And you start to think and you go, man, a lot of times that starts to happen after about 3 or 4 beers. So that's a plus. But I think about it later, even when I'm sober. And I think, yeah, I do have a lot to be thankful for. You can get so caught up in, oh, I don't have the thing and I deserve it and it's mine. And I need it. And then you go, you got a lot, bro. You got a fucking shit ton. Be happy. Be thankful. This kid's not thankful. That's what I say. It's like, dude, be thankful. We have free speech, to the degree we have it. Like, geez Louise. This shit could be way worse. But people want to be like, no, I want to say K the J's all the time, whenever I want. And you're like, you're an idiot. And that's when I'd be like, you're a fucking idiot, man. Give it a break, man. And I'm no bootlicker for the establishment either. I think these people, the FBI, all these people are fucking crazy corrupt as well. So I'm not kissing their ass, but I think we need to be, as individuals, need to be a little more responsible, a little smarter, and a little less angry, and a little less fucking hot-headed. Jeez Louise. Be smart. Be humble. Admitted to everything and then was asking, do I need a lawyer? I know, then asking them if he needs a lawyer. They're going to say, no, no, you're good. This kid is dumb as shit. Incel. Incel. Big incel. I know. But you know what? You know what actually would solve this would be state mandated pussy. We need to just start dishing out. I wonder if legalized prostitution would clamp down on some of this. Not that I'm condoning that, but I wonder if this guy just could go to a hooker and just get it, have his way. I wonder if that would help quell some of this insanity. Also, Elliot Rodger was not, I don't think he was that ugly. And also wasn't his dad rich? He could have found a girl. That was so crazy. He just got so butthurt, so sad about shit. And then just like, I've been there. Every guy's been there when you're not, girl rejects you or whatever. And you see that your friend has a hotter girlfriend than you. Like, you can always just sit there and think about the grass is always greener. But like, my brother in Christ, you have to overcome. It's not the last chopper out of Saigon. When Luke pays his own bills, he might have a different attitude. That's true. When he just starts living life, that's something too, is that people just stay at home way too fucking long. And I'm somebody who to a degree, I like community. I like people to be close to their family and whatnot. And I like for people but people just stay at home and they're just for perpetual adolescent and they're like Peter Pan syndrome forever. And then they never actually focus on things in their life that could actually be useful or actually rewarding. Or actually give them a sense of, give their soul a sense of gratification, a sense of, oh yes, completion, a meaning, right, in their life. They don't, none of this shit. They're just sitting at home seething and everything's given to them. That's like the worst disaster ever, man. That's like the worst way to live. Their noose is darkened completely. I keep thinking I want to go work a more laborious job. The job I have now is very, not that there isn't laborious moments to it, but I sometimes think, man, I kind of miss, not only for, I want to have a job where I'm getting paid to get fit. I like that, but that's one part of it. But also I miss the work, man. I miss the hard work. I almost feel like, man, if there's a job that pays decent and it's hard work, I might actually think about taking something like that. I miss being outside. It was edifying. Yeah, Elliot just needed one chat friend to give him some tips and wingman him. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I find it hard to believe that he couldn't find an avenue where there's chicks around. It's a numbers game. You couldn't find an avenue where there's chicks around when your dad's rich. Wasn't his dad rich? Elliot Rodger dad. Peter Rodger. Wasn't he like a producer or something? Yeah, he's a filmmaker. Is that him? Rodger married a Malaysian Chinese that tracks. They had 2 children, Elliot and Georgia. That's him. I don't know, man. You could have made this work. Maybe a different haircut or something. I remember when this happened too. May 23rd, 2014. I remember that talking about it with my sister. Oh, it's so sad. Yeah, he was a second unit director of the Hunger Games. It's like a blockbuster, dude. This guy didn't have money. He had money. You could have just literally, like, I don't know. He probably had connections too. You could have been someone. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about this anymore. He drove a BMW, brother. My brother. Yeah, he was just retarded. Absolutely. You should come work with me. Depends on where you work and how much you get paid. Yeah, Elliot drove a BMW. Elliot was just mentally ill. Yeah. I don't know. It's just sad. It really hurt. Like, honestly, just like looking at that, I was like, ugh. Evil. It's evil. And like, I feel bad for him. And I think he obviously had problems, but that takes hold and dictates your will. And it's like, man, you have to fight against that temptation. It's sad. Anyways. All right. It's about midnight. Wow. We've been going 5 hours. This has been a long stream, boys, and I didn't think I was really going to be streaming that long tonight, but it's been a fun one. I think I'm going to wrap it there. We got this Hassan video and this John Kiriakou video too that I started to watch, and it's very interesting. So, but maybe we'll save these for next stream. Yeah, I think we're going to call it. I think we're going to call it there, boys. Okay, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to follow me on X. It's Jake. I'm on YT. Make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube. Same exact thing, Jake. I'm on YT. We're on our way to 400 subscribers. Clips will be up during the week. I will be back next Friday, 7 p.m. You all have a great weekend.